everyone. I'd like to bring this meeting of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners to order, please. And without further ado, if you could all stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members, citizens. Let us look to God. Father, we're thankful and grateful for this wonderful privilege to serve, to live, and to love in a country like America. Thank you for our vastness, for the diversity of our people. Thank you for the beauty of our land, the natural resources that you've given us. We pray that you will allow us to be good stewards of everything that you've blessed us with. Thank you for Pinellas County. Thank you for these servants, the families from which they come. Thank you for the people that you put in our lives to make it sweet. Grant us grace and peace, we pray. And as deliberations go forward in this chamber, remember, O God, we pray, to keep us mindful that we work not for ourselves, but for the people that we've been elected to serve. Bless the families from which these wonderful people have come. And, O God, we pray that as deliberations and plans and all of the wonderful dreams that we have for our county will be realized in places like this. Protect, bless, and keep this chamber, we pray, so that our county, our city, our nation, and our world will be blessed. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and now we have a few partner presentations to share. So if you all just bear with me for one moment. So I would like to ask William Coughlin, Philip Findley, Tyler McDougall, Patrick Sullivan, Dominic Demento, Chris Clausen, and Zach Wyan with Gator Dredging to come up here along with Bo Southard, Nicole Sharp, and Doris Otero from Aptum to also come up and accept our Community Partner Recognition Award.
Kelly's coming up. Yeah, so we're gonna get I'll recognize the county employees.
So I'd also like to thank our staff who worked on the Emergency Beach Erosion Control Project to please come up here and join us as well. I know they're here somewhere. Okay, we'll bring them all up here. We're all here today to thank our partners for the excellent coordination and cooperation in getting this emergency beach erosion control project up and running in record time. The dunes being built are critical to protect our citizens, infrastructure, and our coastline. The project is moving forward very quickly, and we are wanting to recognize all of those who made it happen. Gator Dredging was instrumental in providing the emergency beach erosion project that was so needed in our county. I understand they put up all their other projects on hold and came to our rescue. So thank you for that. I know especially our residents are really happy about all of that going on. Aptum engineers designed the project segments on the fly, reviewed and made decisions on sand sources, and had staff in the field making design adjustments as conditions changed. We'd also like to thank our staff for taking the lead and making the impossible happen. Lastly, we give many thanks to our external partners, including the beach communities, who acquired hundreds of easements and provided access and staging areas for the contractor, as well as the sea turtle trackers and Clearwater Marine Aquarium for working with us daily to make the project a success. And I do believe that, I don't know where Pete went, we do have a short video presentation that Pete is going to queue up. There we go. Who is accepting the award for Gator? You're welcome. Thank you so much. Do you want to say a few words? No? And who's accepting the award for Acton? Hi. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. You can-
Well, no, keep there.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the pictures.
If I can move you guys to this side, away from the lights of the, and then, Chair, if you can bring that to center, with two, each of those are right side up first. You can be on either side. You want us to?
If you know your tool, go to the second one with that.
We want to get commissioners up with that. Get commissioners up with it.
Yeah, the taller back.
Yeah, get the commissioners in with them.
Yes.
Where do you want us? You want us?
And I'm gonna try to view you around, yes? Nice. View you around.
And now our county administrator has a few words that he would like to offer. Barry?
So, while everybody's kind of going back to their seats, just to kind of put a highlight on what we just said, making a project happen like this in that short amount of time requires partnerships. And the way Aptum and Gator Dredging stepped forward, along with the beach communities, but it was far more than that. People had to work through so many issues. Our purchasing department had to modify contracts, work with the county attorney's office, work with risk. All those things had to come together in a matter of days, not weeks or months, for a big project like this. And so I just wanted to personally express all my gratitude, and I know on behalf of the commission, all of our employees, and I'm sure I'm missing some that really stepped forward and said, how can we make this happen? Without a how to make it happen, it wouldn't have happened, and our residents have a level of protection that they otherwise wouldn't have as we go, into the next few years of storms. So just a huge thank you for everybody for working together and making that project happen, and to our municipal partners also. Thank you.
All right, for our second awards program today, I'd like to ask Doris Heitzman, the Florida Friendly Landscaping Program Manager with the Pinellas County Extension Center, to join me at the podium. Hi there. The Community Waterwise Awards Program was started in 1998 to recognize property owners who are leading the way in outdoor water conservation. This annual awards program is sponsored by Tampa Bay Water, Pinellas County Extension's Florida Friendly Landscaping Program, and the Pinellas County Utilities Department. This year, we are recognizing two winners in the single-family residential category. The 2022 Community Waterwise Awards in the residential category is presented to Angela and Richard Clemow and Cornelia and Bill Richards, both from Florida. So would they please come forward and join us both at the podium? Hello. Hi. So Angela and Richard have been transforming their landscape into an attractive and resourceful food forest for the last 5 years. In 2022, they decided to expand their landscape plan to the front yard. Despite planning and maintaining a primarily edible landscape, the Clemows use water only as needed. The front yard is watered with drip irrigation. The backyard is in the process of being converted into drip irrigation as well. To maximize water use, the irrigation system is controlled by the weather-based time clock. The vegetable garden is watered with harvested rainwater. On behalf of all the residents of Pinellas County, I'd like to thank Angela and Richard for their great accomplishment in transforming their landscape. Now, where is the stepping stone? Here, let me take that from you. Are you sure? Yes, of course I'm sure. All right, now who is accepting this on behalf of? Oh, now they're asking me if I'm sure. Are you sure you can? I'm just saying, I don't want the accidents here. Oh, yeah. Heavy, right? It is. So let everybody see how lovely it is. Isn't that beautiful? Would you like to offer a few words?
Sure. Maybe we want to do recognize the other group too first.
Well, we'll do them after we do.
Yeah. So for both, but let's talk about Angela, Richard, and Richard's beautiful food forest. They are a role model for their neighborhood and at the same time conserving water and having an edible and attractive yard. We really, really appreciate that. So we are super proud of having you as winners this year, of the Community Waterwise Awards winners.
Okay. And now I'd like to ask Cornelia and Bill Richards, please. Oh. I thought we had another couple. All right, well, Cornelia and Bill Richards have been transforming their landscape within their Clearwater Homeowners Association since 2013. Cornelia, a Florida master gardener, is the mastermind of their landscape who took initiative to transform the yard from declining turf grass to a lush landscape, attractive to people and wildlife alike. Originally from Colorado and familiar with water shortages, Bill was very interested in water conservation and a landscape that can be sustained with rainwater. In extreme dry weather conditions, Bill and Cornelia use harvested rainwater that they collect in 2 rain barrels and IBC tote. On behalf of all the residents of Pinellas County, I'd like to thank both of them for their great accomplishment in transforming their landscape as well. And so now we have another stone to present to you. Oh, you got it out already? Okay, well, now I guess we need our photos. Yes, back up there.
On three, 1, 2, 3.
I just want to say one more thing. It's really special that we had 2 Waterwise Award winners this year. And it was really 2 totally different yards, but both of them are really, really wonderful role models for the community, how to have, again, beautiful yards and being water-wise. So I just want to point this out. It's really special having 2 winners. I'm really proud of the 4 winners, 5 winners we have. So thank you so much for doing this for our community, and we'll do more marketing with you. Be prepared. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next, I'd like to call Brad Miller, CEO of PSTA, and the rest of the PSTA board members and staff that are in attendance today to join me up here. Vince? I see you. Hello. I'd like to let everyone know what a truly fabulous job Brad and the staff are accomplishing. They deserve this moment to have a spotlight on them for all the hard work they've been doing. Today, we're here to thank them and officially recognize the American Public Transit Association's Most Outstanding Transit Agency of the Year Award to PSTA. This is a first in the entire 39 history of the organization. This honor is a huge achievement for the agency and speaks volumes of the endless hard work and dedication of all of its employees, board members, stakeholders, and partners. They truly could not have accomplished this result without tireless work and unwavering belief that public transit is in the future. As shown in APTA's press release, this is an incredible honor to be recognized among the best of the best from around the entire United States. At our recent state delegation meeting, it was stated that this award was simply about paying their dues and it only being about DEI. Anyone who's involved in the public transportation sector knows that this is a highly competitive award which recognizes improvements and results across an entire agency, from ridership growth, financial management, employee programs, the launch of the Sunrunner, and groundbreaking advances in mobility with PSTA access. APTA has made it clear that PSTA's achievements stand out above all the rest in all of North America. I hope you're all just as proud as I am for such an accomplishment. Would you like to say a few words, Brad, to the commission?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Long, and great to see all of the PSTA board members. Mr. Burton, you look awesome. And thank you, Commissioner Cox, for being here. It's a real honor, but it's really, as Chair Long said, just about our employees and the hard work that they've done, but it's also a testament to the community and the partnerships we've made, including with Pinellas County, so I'm very appreciative.
Thank you. Where's the award?
In our case.
Okay. Well, one day I hope you'll bring it by so we can all see it. Thank you very much. Very good accomplishment.
Thank you, Madam.
What? Yes, we're going to do that later on in the agenda. Is that all right? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and happy holidays. I will give a very quick presentation, just to update you on those of you who are not on PSTA can get an update. We, as Commissioner Long said, we had a good year. We won an award or two. Yes, as Commissioner Long pointed out, we won this APTA award, and we received it about a month ago, or 2 months ago now, in Orlando, and that is our current chair, St. Petersburg City Council, Gina Driscoll, being a little happy when we went up on stage. But like I said, I really wanted, it would have been nice to have all of the people that really earned the award, which were the employees, up there getting that award. At the same time in Orlando, we were surprised to learn that we also won the Florida Public Transit System of the Year Award, the State Transit System of the Year Award by FPTA. And then just more recently, I have learned that our riders have rated us very highly. The transit app, which we use, which most cities use, did a survey of customers, and we ranked number 3 in the country by our riders as far as how well they like the PSTA service. As Chair Long mentioned, there were some questions about how this award was won. As she mentioned, it was a merit-based award. It's very competitive. The 12 categories that it's based on are safety, operations, which includes ridership, and specifically recovery from the pandemic, maintenance, our PSTA access program, customer service, financial management, sustainability, workforce development, marketing, employee costs, and yes, a small portion on diversity, equity, inclusion. But we're very honored to that. That was the first time the PSTA had ever won that in its nearly 40 years of experience. So very honored for that. Part of the award, of course, but not all of it, was due to the launch of the Sunrunner. The Sunrunner had a great first year of operations with over 1 million riders taking it back and forth. One of the big ridership bases was attendance at the Rays games. Especially the games that were crowded, like Yankees games or whatever, the ridership on the Sunrunner was packed before and after the games with Rays fans. And then I know just coming up next month, it's going to be the largest event in Tropicana Field history, the Royal Rumble, a wrestling event. And I understand that the event planners for that are very happy that the Sunrunner exists, and they have already reached out to us to partner to carry a lot of their fans, wrestling fans, to that event in January. Some other information about the Sunrunner that recently came out. Ford Pinellas produced this graph. This is a chart showing traffic accidents along the Sunrunner corridor in St. Petersburg and Pasadena, and shows that the number of accidents has gone down. It has gone down from before Sunrunner existed to after Sunrunner existed. In addition, FDOT did a study of the part of the roadway that is theirs, Pasadena Avenue, that showed that traffic speeds were not down. They were actually up a little bit in certain times of the day before and after the Sunrunner. I really want to thank Commissioner Latvala for spearheading and joining with the USF students who are shown in this picture with him and me for sponsoring free rides for veterans, which PSTA launched on Veterans Day about a month ago. And I'm very proud to say that we're nearing 1,000 veterans have signed up for getting that service, getting those free rides already. So that seems to be going very, very well. Also, about a month ago, we received our first couple of our new second version of zero-emission electric buses. We have 6 running around of our sort of first vintage that last about a half of a day before they need to come back and get charged. These Gilligs, the range is so much more. Now, these are actually being deployed for the first time ever today in Pinellas County. They can go on now any route in the county. They can go all day because the range has gotten so much better just in a short period of time. And this is a picture of me with the Florida DEP representative. These were paid for with the VW settlement funds, the Volkswagen settlement funds allocated by the DEP, the Florida DEP. And finally, just one thing that we're always very proud of at PSTA is our willing to try to be innovative. And one area that we are very, very proud of is with our service for people with disabilities, our PSTA Access program. Ridership was at an all-time high on that program last year. Over 400,000 people rode PSTA Access. And what I'm really proud of is the customer satisfaction for our people that use that service is best in the country, best at least in comparison to our benchmarking peers. As this graph shows, these green, orange, and blue bars are 12 different cities across the country. They're anonymous. The PSTA is the one with the letters SP below it. But this is a customer satisfaction survey that was done of customers in 12 different cities with paratransit systems. The green bars represent those folks that said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely are you to recommend PSTA Access to a friend or family? And they gave us a 9 or 10. Orange is 7 or 8, and then blue is 0 to 6. And you can see that PSTA ranked number 1. Our customers are happier overall. This is a pretty standard type of question asked for customer satisfaction than any other city. Why is that? Because of this innovative service. PSTA offers what we call our Mobility on Demand program for these customers, that they can, instead of calling the day before like it has always been to reserve your ride, you can now call right now and you can get a ride in 10 minutes, just like any of us who are not disabled can do. And we will send you an Uber or a Lyft or a wheelchair accessible vehicle if you need that. That has been incredibly popular. I know even former Clearwater Mayor Kretikos, when he injured himself, he used it temporarily. He loved it. And his wife loved it because she didn't have to drive him around anymore. But it was very, very popular. it is very popular. We've made some technology improvements. We have text messaging. We have an app now. Just like when you order a pizza, you can get texts, you can see when your vehicle is arriving. So can now our Access customers. There was a comment made at the delegation meeting about, well, maybe it would be better off if PSTA just gave vouchers out for Uber and Lyfts. Maybe, actually, PSTA does a lot of that. PSTA is the #1 customer of Uber and Lyft in the state of Florida. We pay for a lot of Uber and Lyft rides because this service is so popular. In fact, PSTA is the most privatized public transit system proportionally of the large systems in Florida, with all of our Access service, the Jolly Trolley, the Looper, and then our most recent addition is a new on-demand route in Safety Harbor, a suggestion by Commissioner Scott that we're trying out, just launched a week ago, so we'll see how that goes. But so far, I think it's going pretty well. That, again, is a service on a low ridership route that now only goes when someone calls and makes a request. They can also do that on the app, just like our other customers can do. So with that, that's a little bit of update. I'd be glad to answer any other questions that you might have, or thank you very much for your recognition.
Questions or comments, anyone? Anybody? No? Okay, Brad, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brad.
And now we are on citizens to be heard. Yes. Oh, yes, David, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you to my executive assistant. So I want to take the opportunity to thank her for being that executive assistant of mine for the last 9 years. I'm not sure how she survived all of it, but she did. Unfortunately for me, and fortunately for her, she's decided to retire and will do so at the end of this year. She's been really the ultimate professional, working tirelessly for our office, for the administrative side on the commissioner's floor, with the administration whenever needed, and most importantly for the residents of Pinellas County. Her ongoing information to residents and her letters that are continuous are just some of the things that she's done to stay in touch with our residents. The importance of each of those jobs that I just mentioned cannot be understated by the aides that work for all. Each of us have an aide. Cannot be understated, and she took them seriously every day. I wanted to thank Clark, her husband, for the countless hours she expended working from the office or on occasion from home. The job really was a 24/7 for her, and she treated it that way to make sure that the residents had someone to contact any day with any question. And for any of you who know Kim, I tried to have her here today, but she's a little on the shy side, but she also doesn't want to be in the limelight, just wants to do her job. And I just wanted to thank her for all of her hard work. I just wish her so much happiness as she retires, safe and frequent trips up north to see her grandkids. And I just wish her all the very best, and God bless you, my friend Kim. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you. And Madam Chair, I appreciate the moments and time.
Thank you. Well, I'm very disappointed she wasn't here to hear those lovely remarks.
I tried.
Okay, so now we are on citizens to be heard, and the first one is Vince Cox. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. And first thing I want to say is thank you for your service. I want to thank the entire commission here for your service. And I didn't know that Mr. Miller was going to be here today, but I know now. And that being said, the reason I'm here, I do serve on the board of PSTA, and I was appointed by this body, the county commission. And I'm grateful for that. I have a real passion for individuals that really need this service, and specifically those that have issues with mobility, meaning they are in a wheelchair, they may be vision impaired. And PSTA does an awesome job with this. I've been a little rough for a few months with Mr. Miller on our paratransit service, but it has improved immensely. And I really give thanks for this. I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Scott for his vision to suggest that PSTA utilizes TransDev, which is our paratransit service, to, for example, take over Route 814. Had 814 gone, that would have left Safety Harbor with no service, all right? But seamlessly, it's now being served with the same types of vehicle that PSTA used. So that being said, thank you, Commissioner Scott, for that idea. I'd also want to say one more thing before I depart here. And I really would ask this board to consider the continuation of Commissioner Flowers on PSTA. She's really done an awesome job for my district, which is District 7, for the individuals that live in that district. And I'm hopeful that she can continue on this board next year. I don't believe ever a commissioner has been relieved of their duties before their term is up, and her term would be up next year. So that being said, I wish everyone here a happy, safe, and healthy holiday, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Balaguetis Jr.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Pinellas County Home Rule Charter is being used to transfer county function and county power, shape-shifting, insurrecting, and privatizing government. The charter sheds light to an interlocal agreement bringing into focus Statute 163.01. The Interlocal Cooperation Act of 1969, as revealed in Statute 163.01, gives rise to a separate foreign legal entity in and of our current government. It creates a special district to support this foreign legal entity in recognition of districts not to exceed 10 miles square in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of this Constitution. The Interlocal Cooperation Act subjects us to a foreign levy reflective of the non-ad valorem levy interpositioned, insurrected in on the county ad valorem property tax lien as part of their acquisition process. Such internal foreign entity has been given the rights to exercise power of eminent domain over civilian properties based on the reclaimed water variance application. In an extreme act of prejudice and secularism, this internal foreign legal entity is intent on privatizing government through local downtown redevelopment zones in Statute 163.345. Such foreign interlocal entities are capable of their own rule-making, issuing bonds on behalf of itself as recognized in Statute 218.415, Section 16F. The county charter is intent on enacting such special district powers as water jurisdictions 10 miles square under the 14th Amendment as enumerated in Section 2.01 of the Charter in recognition of the enumeration clause of Article 1, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution. directly taxing the civilian population. Meanwhile, hypocritically, they themselves, those imposing such levy, are not required to pay any taxes whatsoever, and that this interlocal foreign entity is exempt from any and all laws, ordinances, and rules while carpetbagging the residents. Thank you.
Greg Pound.
Greg Pound, Largo. Yesterday I watched Elon Musk on the Alex Jones show for an hour and a half, and you need to watch it and see what globalists are trying to do to destroy America and our sovereignty. And the issue, and another big issue is King James. It's, if you go to YouTube and watch KGV Baptist Church, Church in the Wilderness, and see what they're doing here in Pinellas County and Hillsborough County to work on saving our families and getting the truth out and to reestablish Christianity the way it should be here in our country. I was reading, as I've been studying families now for 30 years, this is something I found very profound. It says, I do not believe children hate their dads. They hate authority. And they have been taught to hate authority by their mothers. Now, when you go back to Genesis and you look and see what happened when Adam and Eve sinned, it says the desire of the woman would be to be her husband, to rule over him. But the Creator said the man's going to rule over his wife. And, I mean, they're not equal. I mean, there's an authority structure. And when you study and see it, you know, women think from 4 different areas, and a man thinks from 1. And when you study those 4 areas, and you see how they think compared to a man, and that's why the Bible says they're not supposed to be in positions of authority. And, you know, they're supposed to teach the younger women to love their husband and love their children. And as we see our families being destroyed, Islam, when you see what they've got over there, it's like, I mean, they terrorize their women. You don't do what they're told. But in Christianity, you have a free will to choose and do what you want. But as far as it goes in our government, when you see what Marco did in Germany, and you go and watch the news on what's going on in Germany with the Muslims there, and all these other countries, and just what happened in Israel here, they want to send all those Muslims here to America. That's the intent, is to infiltrate our country and bring them in, and it's happening. I mean, you need to go, and if you go and watch this internet, all this stuff, and they'll show you. They're just telling us what's going on, and we're gonna pay for it. They've let the fentanyl out on the street, kill our young people. I mean, there's so many young people dead. I could tell you of another story, just goes on and on and on. I don't have time in 3 minutes, but I can tell you this, that the Bible says there's a structure called authority that the Creator created. And Jesus, this Roman centurion, Jesus said he had not found so great a faith, not in all of Israel, because this man understood how the authority structure works. And if we as a culture and a people don't understand authority, he said, I haven't found so great a faith in all of Israel because of authority. And the authority structure is we the people in America. The Constitution is the thing that we created to hold those we elect into office, hold them to do what the people want done. But our country's been hijacked and taken over by what we call a criminal government. Our leadership, they're traitors to the American people. They're selling us out.
Thank you. David Lee.
David Lee, I live in Ray Neary's neighborhood and over in Lillman, and I'm not sure if everybody knows, but there's 37,000 people in Lillman. It's a bit confusing. It's 2 different parts, but we're really like a small city. And so I don't know if you know what happened, but the community in general, I think, was headed in the right direction. That was definitely the general consensus. We were headed in the right direction. You know, it wasn't perfect, but it was so much better than before. And I'm not just talking about like the fluffy news articles you see. There were some real kind of more intangible things that were getting better. Things like trust. There was a real responsiveness that was starting to develop with government. There was a real sense of genuine compassion. And, so that's why I was really surprised when back in September, the county administrator pulled the rug out from under us, shut the lights off on 37,000 people. And now we're told we have to wait until February. We're going to sit in the dark until February, and then we're going to flip a switch, and everything's going to be okay. So I came down here just to ask for your oversight. There's 4 commissioners that have at least a toe in our district, and we need your oversight. We really need your oversight, please. We need you now more than ever.
Thank you. Andrea Wells.
Hello, everyone. I don't think some of your emails work because I don't get acknowledgments from them. And unfortunately, the information that I send has a great deal of veracity because it's your own statistics and your own information and your own videos. So I'm here today. The county is ending the futile practice of throwing good money after bad and finally giving up the ghost of long crumbling complex here in the government area around us and moving operations to a sustainably functional landscape. The same principles of sanity witnessed in that decision need be extrapolated to benefit public health and safety and fiscal considerations in all of our all too obvious facets that we face. Pinellas County government put out a public plea soliciting the public's help to absorb the massive numbers of excess dogs taken in from the public's own neighborhood's perpetual breeding quarry. As witnessed in your own social media video, there was a plea that we, the public, are now being asked to somehow filter back into the responsible citizens' further absorption of sentient beings, because the people allowed to litter litters, sans any consequence, are not being held accountable still. I've afforded you that video that you guys produced yourselves. At last check, a few days ago, there were 173 dogs of stray origin at Pinellas County Animal Services. The number represents strays alone, given owner surrenders, which Animal Services is in no capacity position to take in, are deferred off of public record, as we've mentioned before, and often destroyed elsewhere. The elsewhere is problematic because their puppy mill, anyway, that's a whole different story, but that's become a national story. And they're vile. Much like the recent decision to stop throwing good money after bad in the county's moving government operations, Animal Services needs to pivot the use of its $6 million budget, embracing the best practices and sustainable remedies enacted elsewhere. These free dogs in the public plea video cost taxpayers over $1,000 each, and each new litter of exponentially increased multiples could have been instead remedied by a $100 spay-neuter fix that we insist upon. Your plea demonstrates that instead of solving the source, you're asking the public to now pick up the slack in addition to picking up the tab. You recently made a proclamation to stand with Israel. How about this? Stand with your own taxpayers. Stand with your own citizens who are tired of having no place to turn with these animals.
Thank you. Lee Jacobs.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I live on Reddington Beach, and we apparently are not going to get any dune repair project. The reason we're not going to get it is because too few of the people in our area signed on to the temporary easement. That is going to result in the next storm of catastrophic damage to the rest of Reddington Beach. I don't know how many of you have been out to the beach since the storm, but I suggest you come out someday and take a look what's left of the beach and tell me how you're going to solve the problem. This problem is not new. It has been going on for years and years. As you well know, Florida is having an increase in the number of storms, and some of them are getting more serious. I've been here about 9 years, and Idalia was the worst damage that I have seen. My suggestion to you is that you get on the horn with your county attorney and commence eminent domain. This would enable you to do the necessary repairs now and in the future. It might also help you with the Corps of Army Engineers who are awaiting you to have 100% participation before they'll come in and do the work. I don't know what you're waiting for. I've been told that it's a long process. It is. And I suggest you read the case of Lido against the City of New London, which was decided in 2005 by the United States Supreme Court, which is now the law of the land. And you'll see how vast your powers of eminent domain are under this decision. And I suggest you get in touch with your county attorneys and you begin the proceedings necessary to do this. Time is wasting, and damage is going to occur to property the next time this storm comes through. And this damage is going to be exponential. There is nothing left to the beach. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, that is the end of our citizens to be heard portion of our agenda. Now we are on consent. May I have a motion, please, and a second for consent? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Eggers has a...
If staff could take a couple of minutes and speak to item 18, which is our preferred materials for 2024 pavement preservation. Just from an information standpoint to let our residents know the activity that's going on and where they can get information, and that would be helpful. Thank you. So I just wanted to pull 18 to have that discussion.
Are you going to vote on the rest of the package, or are you going to have her come up? Oh, here. You can have this one.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now Kelly?
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly, Hammer-Levy Public Works Director. So we have, this contract will allow for resurfacing of Bryan Dairy Road, and then local roads in unincorporated Seminole, unincorporated Pinellas Park, and in Palm Harbor. So we put out this project to bid very specifically with these roads, and typically we do put out an annual contract. And that annual contract has a list of roads that we want to get done in the next year, and then we add on to it each year. And so, that has, worked for a very long time, but in trying to deliver more work, we started to look at other mechanisms that we could deliver these projects. And so we put out 3 very specific smaller contracts with roads identified. This is the first package to be awarded. And so that this work can be done in a timely way and we can communicate that out to the public very efficiently. We have created a resurfacing website, and so if you go to pinellas.gov and just type in resurfacing in the search box, the site will pop up. You will see the roads that are being resurfaced this week. You will see the roads that will be resurfaced in the next 2 weeks, and you will see a map of the roads that are expected to be resurfaced in that fiscal year. So we're trying to make sure that the community is well aware of what roads are in the queue and when they can expect to see it happening in their neighborhood.
Thank you, Kelly. That's just all. I just wanted that opportunity to let residents know the kind of work that's going on, where they can find the information. Obviously, you can always call our offices as well. Thank you. Move approval.
All those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now I have had a request from a citizen to go back to item 7, which is about the Division of Inspector General, Clerk of the Circuit Court, and Comptroller, and they want to talk about that. You're out of order, sir, so you can come up and talk for a minute and a half or so if you can make your point.
Oh, I mean, you know, I'd heard a lot of stuff in the neighborhood. I didn't know what was true, so this report was really helpful in figuring out kind of what was fact, what was fiction. You know, my concern is that we're just going back to the old way of doing business. That's kind of what it looks like. And that's concerning because I remember the last time that this happened. It's the process that matters. And there's just 3 things. You know, this encroachment on CRA law, this is not the only encroachment. It's concerning that maybe it's kind of becoming a new trend. So I have concerns about that. And then this flow chart. I don't know if you've seen this. We were sitting on the couch last night, kind of looking at it going, okay, wait a second. There's money that starts off here, that's trying to go here, but then it's going here, but then it's getting split up. It's like, no, that's not what's happening. And so, I mean, I don't know. But when I look at this, that looks kind of sketchy. And if you need a flow chart.
Mr. Lee, if I could, you are talking about some specific details off of our agenda, and I don't know that anyone else here on this board knows what you're talking about. So I would suggest.
Well, that's concerning, too.
Pardon?
That's concerning, too.
Well, I'm sorry.
Speaking about the Inspector General's report.
No, I'm talking about your concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I've never spoken to you before. I don't know if.
that's because I've called you like 3 times and you've never responded, actually ever. So actually, probably in the last, I don't know, 7, 8 years, I've called 7 or 8 times, but I've never received a call back. So I've tried to reach out and, I mean, I don't know, what else can I do? But anyway, it's just a few things. Like this is confusing to regular people. Maybe it's normal, I don't know. And then the final thing is the private family dinners that apparently were occurring. That's very concerning. That's the old way of doing business. It doesn't look good. And the fact that you have a donor and a recipient in our community and there's money involved, that's not cool. And then it seems like that you think that that's okay. But I mean, maybe I'm reading that wrong. I don't know. But that's not the direction we want to head. It's not the direction we were heading. And so I don't know, I've only had this for a little while, but those are just 3 points I wanted to bring to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, normally we don't respond to public comment like that, but there's allegations made there, and I just want to address that. You know, the reason.
No, Mr. Lee, please sit down.
You're done. Okay. The issue is allegations that are made that we turned over to an independent IG's office that is under the county, so the circuit court clerk and comptroller, who did an independent investigation into allegations, and that's what they were, is allegations. And they were determined to be not just unsubstantiated, unfounded. And so that concludes the report. It was an allegation, it was investigated, it was concluded.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now we are on Our County Administrator Department, Barry.
Okay, item number 20 is Palm Harbor Services, or Palm Harbor Area Senior Council. This is an MSTU request for Sunderman Recreation restrooms.
Move approval.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. 21.
This is a Palm Harbor Parks and Recreation, an MSTU request. This is for ADA, accessibility, replacement toilets, et cetera and stuff at Putnam Park.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor,
I'm sorry,
please.
Madam Chair, who was the first? Thank you, Commissioner.
He beat me out just barely.
All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye. 22.
This is an interlocal agreement with the City of St. Petersburg and our consultant with us for the contract for Inner Circle Sports, which is our race consultant.
Been moved and seconded. Although Commissioner Eggers has a question or a comment?
Question, you had made a comment at the workshop that we didn't know what was going on in St. Petersburg. Maybe you could.
Yeah, City Council approved it.
Just publicly, it would be nice to hear
Yes.
that.
So they had questions. They met and resolved those, and last Thursday, they did approve that contract. Sorry. So this, they've been our consultant throughout. They do a financial analysis as they get into the more complex part. I mean, he is a bond financing guy, and so it talks about the deal structures, these agreements, protections, all those things that are worked in with our attorneys. He initiates and advises us as our owner's rep throughout all of these negotiations.
All those in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Number 23.
Resolution approving Affordable Housing Advisory Committee report for the Housing Incentive Partnership Program.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Number 24.
This is amendment to realign reserves all around the beach nourishment with post-IATA emergency shore fund stabilization, design, and construction. And Chris went over this with you last Thursday.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. All right. 25.
This is award of bid. This is for the North Gap Outfall Bridge, which goes over the canal.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Number 26.
I'd ask for this item to be pulled and moved to the next agenda. There were some issues within the structure and some documentation, so we want to redo it and bring it back to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yes?
Were the issues or areas of concern on the department's end or on our end when we saw what the agreement read?
The departments, and
Departments end.
there were some things that were supposed to be completed. It wasn't, and so we need time to make sure everything's correct before it comes before you.
Okay, thank you.
Number 27.
This is supplemental number 1 to the state fund grant agreement with Florida Department of Transportation. This is our ITMS project. This actually provides more money for the ITMS project between U.S. Alternate 19 to U.S. 19 and along Route 580.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. 28.
This is the same thing for Road 586.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. 29.
This is renewal certificates of public convenience and necessity for advanced life support providers, and all of the different providers are listed at the bottom of this item.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Number 30.
This side is a termination of agreement with Born Tech Solutions. They were implementing our Oracle Resource Planning Modernization Project, and we need to remove that contract and stop. We haven't been successful with their implementation.
Commissioner Eggers has a question.
Yeah, Barry, so how much of, I'm assuming that's the contract amount, how much of that contract has been expended? And what's-
Either one. Here we go. Jeff and Brian are here, so.
Yeah, how much have been expended and what's the next steps to get a replacement?
Well, he can tell you how much. I think next steps is going to be a matter of discussion internally, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jeff Rohrs, Chief Information Officer with Business Technology Services, and we have expended zero on that contract, so the whole amount would be unencumbered as a result of this action. As far as the future plan, we're working with the stakeholder group around the Oracle system to develop a roadmap, and really what this represents is a shift to not spend any more in the current system and evaluate our next system. There's a lot that will go into that roadmap and developing a business case for the new system, but that's really the direction the stakeholders would like to take it. So
What that means is a replacement for Oracle in terms, when we looked at this several years ago, they really said we hadn't done an update since when, 2010?
2010.
So we couldn't even just replace the system. We really needed an update before we transition to a replacement system that is today very different than what the technology back in 2010. But this was designed as a path forward. What they've said is, rather than do that, now they want to look at a long-term solution. That's something that we've got to discuss, because I will tell you, not only in time, but in cost, this is a significant decision. But then again, so is $6 million for just, updating what we currently have. And that really would put in place, for some of you that have asked me, an HR system that's responsive and modern, that they simply don't have today.
So Barry, you said they, who's they that wanted to change?
All of our users. I mean, this is everyone,
Okay.
and the OPEC team is actually made up of all of our financial people and grants and everyone, and they work with them, but it's everyone. It's a clerk, it's us, it's
Human resources.
it's
large
everybody involved. But it is painful to implement a new system, and so we're canceling this, but I'd reserve judgment on what we're going to do until we get our hands around what that means.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. For the BTS meetings that I have attended, when we've talked about this subject, Oracle is an older, outdated system. A lot of human resource divisions don't use Oracle for a number of reasons, because it's not functional. And I've shared that in our meetings, especially when you talk about an organization as large as ours with the various number of systems that we use for each department and division. So, and I think I mentioned this even here, I would love, I'm sure Mr. Rohrs, because he's fabulous, he and his team will take their time in looking at applications and systems that we'll use, particularly since we'll be moving, and how we can link to a fiber optic component so that when we have storms and things of that nature, we don't have to worry about those systems being impacted or going down. And I know I've shared that at BTS and just sharing that here. So I'm sad that this has happened, but I'm kind of glad that this has happened, because I've had this conversation with HR when I met with Ms. Peggy, just to get to know her, and I've had these conversations at BTS, or made the suggestions at BTS, as well as just hearing even from Kim Burke about the issue with systems being able to adequately talk to each other, or when we're doing something for that data to go in properly for notification. So I think there are so many other systems out there that work, and they correlate with others, that I think this will be better for us, actually. But thank you. Wonderful job.
Thank you, Jeff. Did we vote on this?
No,
We
Madam
had a
Chair.
motion and a second, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. 31.
This is our countywide map. This is the 2023 annual update, encompasses everything that was done throughout the year.
Okay. Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, so I'm just glancing at the map that talks about the scenic Nick, thank you. Scenic non-commercial corridor map, and way up in Keystone and East Lake Road is in green, and that signifies a rural open space road. Now, I don't know if anybody's driven up that way recently, but we don't have horse and buggies up there. We do have lots and lots of cars. I've been getting more and more calls from people about short-term and long-term solutions to a problem that seems to be growing. I've talked with Tom Washburn for some time, and they've been making some efforts up in that area. I think it extends all the way up to Pasco, the Trinity Boulevard, that they're trying to do to make that intersection a little better. And so maybe that's something that we can bring for just a little discussion at a workshop. It wouldn't take a lot of time, but just talk a little bit about that East Lake Road Keystone intersection, because there's 2 lanes to turn, and it is frequently backed up the hill, probably half a mile back up, and it's just getting worse before it gets better. I'm not sure what additional short-term solutions we can do. Certainly in the long run, we're going to have to figure something out, because it needs some help. So perhaps we can get an update at a future workshop about kind of what's going on and what those short and long-term solutions might be.
We certainly can. I was looking back at Kelly, and she, acknowledged that obviously, but, we also have the study for East Lake, the entire East Lake corridor. Part of that has short and long-term solutions. So let me get an update on all that, and we can probably tie in an update to both at the same time. Okay?
Great, thank you. Thank you, Kelly.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Eggers. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Number 32.
This amendments to the Advanced Life Support First Responder Agreements with 3 municipalities and independent fire districts, Largo Med, Traffic Preemption Project, and the Criminal Justice Information System.
Been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by... Oh, Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. County Attorney.
Under item number 33, I recommend that you ratify litigation that was filed in an animal cruelty case on an emergency basis with the consent of the chair pursuant to Resolution 21-23.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All right. 34.
I have no reports.
35.
Yes, Commissioners. A couple items under the County Administrator's report. First, I'd like to introduce you to, if you haven't met, Amy Davis. She is the new assistant too for the Lellman. We're going to extend some duties and stuff for Ridgecrest and High Point, and so we welcome her to our team. She comes to us. She was the previous city manager of Treasure Island. Before that, she had a background in finance and some other areas. She's worked in Largo, Treasure Island, some other places. So just want to welcome her. And yeah, you're welcome to say a few words.
Welcome, Amy.
Thank you. It's good to see all of you. And I just wanted to say that I'm excited to join the Pinellas County team and to work with you all and to get to know the communities of Lellman, Ridgecrest, and High Point. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Barry.
Okay.
But she doesn't start till February.
Yeah, she had this silly 60-day notice requirement in her agreement, and as you have in mind. So, so we're going to do we're working on a transition, and we're going to do that in partnership. They may need her to pop down there longer to help them out in their transition, just like she's here today. She was out in Lellman at the tree lighting and some other things. So we'll work on a smooth transition for all of us.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Peters.
I would say the county is very lucky to have her.
Mm-hmm.
And for the residents that live in Treasure Island, it's kind of sad and disappointing, but it's great for the county. So welcome, Amy.
Next up, I wanted to just really highlight and thank our Public Works team and everybody involved, our grants team and others, because we received four out of 16 statewide Resilient Florida program grants, totaling $51 million.
Congratulations.
And so, yeah, I think that is a round of applause. And Kelly's in the back, but you know, we got $27 million in state funds for the Joe's Creek Restoration and Greenway project. We're going to combine that with $17 million out of CDBG and $10 million out of Penny. So out of a $57 million project, we're having to spend $10 million. I think that's pretty daggone good.
That's
you know?
fabulous.
We've got the Cross Bayou Canal Project for $12.9 million. We got the Crystal Beach roadway and drainage improvements, $6.1 million. And the 98th Way drainage improvements for $4 million. Total, again, of $51 million. And only 16 projects issued statewide, and we got 4 of them right here in Pinellas County.
Yay, yay
Yeah.
team.
And finally, just want to close out my report by thanking all of our hardworking county employees, wishing them a very safe and happy holiday season, and just a time to remember and thank them for all the good work that goes on throughout the year. That without their work, you know, we would have more residents in here complaining. They're taking care of that. They're the first line, and they're really who our most of our residents see. And so we just want to thank them and wish them a happy holiday.
Thank you. All right, now we are on number 36.
These are appointments to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council. This is the board committee as a whole.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Number 37.
So appointments to the Parks and Conservation Resources Advisory by Commissioner Eggers.
It's been moved by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Now, the Pinellas County Public Library Cooperative. It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Eggers. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. And the reappointment to the Pinellas Park Water Management District. This is our appointment as well. It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 And the appointment to the Value Adjustment Board.
Madam Chair, I have ballots for that.
You have ballots for that? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, where'd you go? Oh. While she's counting those ballots, let's move to 41, which is the appointment to the Pheasant Sound Community Services Board.
Madam Chair, I would also like to add Ryan Halstead to that list for reappointment for me.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Peters, and we are amending this appointment to include Ryan Halstead. The clerk make sure she notates that, yes?
You want the item 40?
No, we're on 41.
This is 41.
Okay.
And you can,
I don't have ballots for that one.
no, but
Sorry.
we're adding Ryan Halstead. I wanted to make
Yes.
sure you were paying attention as you were
Yeah.
counting. So now
We have-
you've counted, do you want to give us the results of number? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. And now may we have the results?
Yes, Madam Chair. So for item 40, the board has selected Frank Mikowski with 4 votes. 1 was received for Scott Tillison, and 2 were received for Tracy Stevens.
Okay, thank you. And number 42. This is
I have ballots for that one as well.
Yeah, this is broken down. You have, yeah, for the second part.
Question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Eggers.
I had run into Brian Smith this Sunday night between the rainstorms at the golf cart parade, but he made the comment that he was being term limited out of that position. And I didn't know we had term limits on that. And so I just wanted clarification about that. I did try to get a hold of the representative for that, and I didn't hear back from him. I called yesterday or the day before, and I didn't hear back. So I wanted to make sure I understood whether it says he's eligible on here, but it was kind of counter to what he was telling me he had been told, so I didn't know if anybody could clarify that. Nobody can clarify that.
I don't know, is that a question for you, Jewel?
I'm going to check the ordinance right now.
She's checking the ordinance, Commissioner
Okay.
Eggers.
Thank you.
And while she's doing that, do we want to move to item 43? We can come back to 42. Commissioner Justice moves approval of 43, and Commissioner Latvala seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And now we're back on 42. What is the pleasure of the board? Oh, we're getting Jewel, did you find the answer? Oh, well, I'm waiting to see.
Did he say where he heard it was term limits?
He didn't. He just said he was disappointed he couldn't stay on, and he said, well, I'd like to get back on as soon as I can. So I said, okay, well, I'm sorry about that because I hate to lose you. And then this is saying that he is eligible, so.
Yeah, if he's eligible,
He's a obviously very good
Thank you.
member of that group, so. What? You tell me.
I like the Commissioner Flowers rule.
I didn't hear.
I'll second that.
Well, staff should have reviewed his eligibility before they notated it on the form.
I
so-
agree. I agree with you, and that's what it says here. He's eligible, so.
Who
Yeah.
said?
A little longer.
Commissioners, I have just been informed that Courtney, Commissioner Justice, notified Tony that there are no term limits on that board.
Okay. So, thank you.
So,
Thank you. Thank you, Courtney. Yep.
yeah, it's important.
Yeah, and I'm not finding one in your code either. It defines the terms as
Thank you.
3-year terms, but it doesn't seem to put a limit on the number of those terms.
For item 42, the BCC at-large positions for Historic Preservation Board, the board has selected Brian Smith with 7 votes, and also Vincent Louisi with 4. 1 was received for Jamari Graham, and 2 were also received for Hillary Van Dyke. And the second half of that vote is for the alternate position. So please do not select Brian Smith or Vincent Louisi from the roster here. As alternate, the board has selected Hillary Van Dyke with 5 votes, and Margaret Murray received 2 votes.
Thank you. And number 44, the chair board appointments. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Madam Chair, I do have a comment.
Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. First of all, I will say that I was disappointed that I was not reappointed back to PSTA. Typically, my thoughts are when you are not reappointed, it's because maybe you're not attending your meetings, whether it's the actual board meeting, committee meeting, you're not doing the work you're supposed to do, or whatever. But for me, that is not the case with PSTA. Very involved, very active, attend all of my meetings. I think, make some sound decisions when it comes to elevating the organization. Not always agreeing with administration and sometimes agreeing with administration. But certainly I thought that I had provided a significant presence. So I was very disappointed when I saw that I wasn't reappointed there, as well as BTS. I really enjoy technology. That's something that I've been a part of, having served for 13 years as a corporate trainer. I've moved through a lot of computer systems. So when I attend those meetings and getting to hear what it is that we're doing, I thought that I was lending some information to the conversation when we would meet. Value Adjustment Board, serving next to Commissioner Eggers. I was able to learn a lot about how properties are valued through that system. So I was very disappointed, and still am disappointed that I have not been reappointed back to those. I did state at the last PSTA meeting that I would not be serving on that committee, and because I was Secretary Treasurer and would have been rolling into my 2nd year of being Secretary Treasurer, because it's 2 years that you hold those offices, and in line to possibly matriculate up depending on what happened there. So I did inform them of that and asked that they, because the bylaws for PSTA specifically state that that office or that position needed to be voted on in the month of December so that they were ready to take that place in January. So I brought it up trying to be proactive, and it was decided that they would take that conversation up at a future meeting, because one of the board members on PSTA, council member Jamie Robinson from the city of Largo, was not present, and he served on the executive committee, and typically that matriculation is you serve on the executive committee and you move on up. So I did share that with them. If I read the rankings right, some individuals who were recommended for PSTA It was not their first or second choice. So I have no idea why I was not reappointed. Again, very disappointed. However, I think I've done some things to put in place, hopefully for PSTA to continue moving forward. I have the opportunity of sitting in the audience. I get my 3 minutes or whatever it is that I would like to say from the podium as a community resident. I still have an opportunity to communicate so that PSTA continues to move forward. It is the comments from my colleagues on that board, from some of them, I really appreciate that they stated that they would miss my voice on that board. Contrary to popular opinion, and this is my opinion, every board that you serve on can stand to get better. But I do feel like PSTA has been the whipping board for some things lately, and in my opinion, mistakenly. Public transportation is never meant to be a money grabber because it is transportation meant for those who cannot afford transportation otherwise. Here in Pinellas County, we've had so many opportunities to move our public transit forward. However, for a variety of reasons, we've not. We had the opportunity to have rail come through here when Governor Scott was the governor, and that money was returned. I often think about where we would be had we accepted those dollars. We would probably be an organization or a county where Brightline was coming to, but we didn't receive those dollars. Other dollars we've not taken advantage of, and so our transportation systems for a metropolitan area is not moving the way we can travel and see other metropolitan communities and see how their transportation is. When I go out of town, I take public transportation because I want to be able to compare it to where we are, what we're doing, and then come back and share with things that I think we could do moving forward. I'm proud to have been a part of PSTA receiving over $18 million from the Department of Transportation for the 60-plus electric buses. I'm proud of the partnership that we have formed with Duke Energy in installing the electric charging stations. I'm proud of the fact that the buses are wrapped, not just for, and I supported Commissioner Lotvala's request for Veterans Day. I think that was magnificent for them to be able to ride for free. They deserve it. But I also think it's appropriate to have the buses wrapped for other days, and I cannot begin to even express the amount of pride that people had in my community when the bus was wrapped for Juneteenth and the bus was wrapped for Dr. Martin Luther King Day. And sometimes you still see those buses around. So I can tell you that did a lot for the community. Working with Brad to say, we want electric buses in our community, just like they are in others, because the fumes from the diesel are not healthy for anybody. Working to look at expanding our waterborne transportation system that started under Commissioner Long when she was there, and so making sure that people who want to come from North County down to the Clearwater Beach area and do it through waterborne transit, I think was a phenomenal idea and certainly worth the input in that. And then, yes, I do think the Sunrunner is a good option. That plan started and lasted for about 5 years. So it does befuddle me for individuals to say they weren't aware of it or they don't think that the lane dedications are appropriate or weren't vetted appropriately. I understand there were some communities who had aversion to it. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But I have said from the very beginning that public transportation also allows for some of those same hotel and motel staff to get to work on our beaches so that our tourists are treated appropriately and so that they come back to our communities. So those buses play, I think, a key integral role in what it is that they do for us as a county. And whether we love PSTA or not, the fact of the matter is they receive national recognition, and it wasn't paid for, it wasn't just because someone serves on or pay membership for it, it's because of the work that's being done. So is there room for change? Yes, it is. But do Do I think that PSTA is not trying to head in the right direction? I would disagree with that. I'm saddened by, not accusing anyone here, so please don't say that I did, of what has come down the pike from Tallahassee, but I am saddened by that because if you have a bill that's got to go through 10 versions, that means for me, the bill was no good in the beginning. If it's got to go through that many versions. The first bill was absolutely horrible. It even got into job descriptions. So I am glad to see that those reiterations have changed. And yes, I have followed that bill every step of the way. I met with legislators and senators to talk about what was in the bill versus what is actually happening, providing them with documentation so they could see it. And I allowed them to ask me questions, whatever questions they wanted to. Because one part that really aggravated me was the part related to finances. I have been in elected office since 1999. I've never had an issue with money, no matter where I serve. So when you say, or when someone alludes to PSTA not being run effectively and efficiently when it comes to its dollars, and I have to sign off on those, I took offense to that because I go through everything, and I can tell you behind the scenes, I know PSTA staff get upset with me because I'm going through every budget because I don't want that on my conscience, and I certainly don't want that as a part of my reputation. So I can tell you that every dollar has been accounted for. Even when it came to fighting administration, when they gave admin raises, and then gave them another raise on top of that, but didn't give that to the individuals who worked under the unions. That was a big fight between me and staff, but it was about doing what's right, not what's popular or what they like. So I will do like has been the custom, even though I know it's not the policy, it has been the custom and the practice to accept the recommendations that the incoming chair has assigned you to. I will accept my recommendations and I will give them the same level of accountability that I have when I've served on other committees. But I just wanted to say that a lot of people have been speaking for me, and I appreciate that, but those aren't my words. But I just wanted it to be known to my colleagues that I was disappointed, and still am disappointed, that I was not appointed to the committees that I serve on, because I truly felt that my service on those committees was worthy of being reappointed. So thank you so very much for allowing me to speak. And if I spoke on, I'm sorry, but this was my time to share. So thank you. Mr. Roars, I appreciated serving on BTS with you all. So if you want my advice, just call me and I'm happy to share. I don't see anyone here from the Value Adjustment Board, but it has truly been a pleasure. Commissioner Eggers, it's been a pleasure sitting next to you and serving with you on that board, because I did learn a lot on that board. And then that is the end. I just wanted to thank them for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. And I don't have any questions, but I also have a few comments that I would like to make part of the record here. I am very disappointed as well in the appointments made by our incoming chair to learn that the very first actions that she chose to take were to move Commissioner Flowers from the PSTA board. To me, it was, and these are my comments, so they're not anybody else's, but I've been on the receiving phone from calls from a lot of people in the community who are feeling the same way I am, and I think it's important that you know that, Commissioner Peters, and we also had a personal conversation about it, so this is not a secret to you. But I found the recommendations to be punitive, disrespectful, incredibly disappointing, and in the face of the board of PSTA, who are the ones who elected Commissioner Flowers to the position that she was in over there. And for those of you that have not made public transportation your passion, you all know that the same stunt was pulled on me last year, but it took 7.5 years of really hard work to put the Sunrunner line in place. And while you may not like it, and you may see it as disruptive today, I can share with you that if you go anywhere else in the country or the world that has a really first-class public transportation system, they all started with a catalyst. And this line that started with the Sunrunner was meant to be the catalyst for a 41-mile regional plan that folks have worked on throughout our region to try and move the ball forward. Some of you may remember former Senator Don Sullivan, and do you remember how hard he worked to move the dial on public transportation in our county? Because he knew that without that, we were falling further and further and further behind. So I see the removal of Commissioner Flowers as another big roadblock to moving us forward. And lastly, it certainly has been a slap in the face to the most vulnerable residents of our county who depend on this service for going back and forth to work, getting their groceries, oh yes, and let's not forget attending and going to their medical appointments. So I think it was wrong. I will not vote yes, and it's the first time since I've been on this county commission that I have not supported the appointments made by the incoming chair. And that's all I have to say about that. So without further ado, what are the wishes of the board? Of course, you want to move it forward, right?
Well, Madam Chair, I'd like to, but I understand your disappointment. And I can tell you every year that I've been on this board, I've never gotten my number one. I've not been able to be consistent other than on Tampa Bay Water with any, because it's always up to the chair. And it's not personal. It's not personal at all. And I think changing committees is healthy. And I think since we have some new, I don't know, value adjustment, I've never served on value adjustment, but I think it's healthy to move people around. So, you know, clearly PSTA is an emotional thing. I know Janet really upset you last year, but Brian has brought innovation to PSTA. Brad commented today how he's brought innovation. So there seems to be this thought that myself and my colleagues want to derail PSTA. And I'm here to tell you that is, in my opinion, it's not true. I believe that public transit is essential for economic development. I think it's essential for good education, which all leads into economic development. I believe public transit is a critical element for any successful, healthy community. So this notion that, you know, we're slapping people in the face in the community, changing one board member isn't taking away any services to any one person, disadvantaged or not disadvantaged in the community. And I don't think there's anything wrong with rotating around on what boards you're on. I'm not on most of my boards that I was on last year. I gave up Tampa Bay Water. Brian's going to go on that. We gave up a lot of things. And I tried really hard to be focused on expertise. And Commissioner Flowers, you have incredible expertise on housing. You are very knowledgeable on it. You're doing housing with NACO. I think you're doing housing with FAC. And you have incredible expertise in that. And so I tried to line you up with everything that has to do with where you have incredible expertise. And when we're in the legislature, we did a lot of that too. And when you put somebody who's got expertise, you bring to the table stuff that everybody else that's on the committee doesn't have. And it was no different when I started working on mental health. I became the local expert in the legislature, and people came to me with questions because I was the expert. And to me, you are the expert at housing. So I'm sorry that you're disappointed, but I really wanted to take your expertise and put it where you really just are truly the expert. And so this notion that we're trying to derail PSTA, I think, is absolutely false. I think that PSTA can use for some more innovation and other ideas, but I don't think, you know, I don't think that has anything to do with it. There are 15 members on PSTA. We're 4 of them. We're certainly not changing the direction of PSTA by putting Dave Eggers back on PSTA. He hasn't been on there in a very long time. And I think it's good to kind of come back and have fresh ideas because he's going to see a new PSTA that he never saw before. When you were on PSTA, we didn't have Sunrunner, right? It was coming, but we didn't have this new, we weren't doing were we doing the Uber rides, which I think is huge for first and last mile. I think the partnership with Uber is brilliant, it's innovative, and it's fabulous, and it's what makes it work. So I think there's new things at PSTA that Dave's going to have an opportunity to learn about. So I'm sorry that you're disappointed, but I think you bring to the table incredible knowledge and expertise on housing. And Commissioner Latval had asked, and I'm no longer on BTS either, I don't believe. He had lots of questions for BTS, so I thought it was essential that he get the education about BTS and how critically important it is for the county. And you know, as I was coming on as incoming chair, I found that, you know, a lot of times, and I'd like to see this change too, when you're vice chair, you don't really know the entire county until you're chair. Because you never serve on TDC, you never really do anything with economic development until you're chair. And so I think that we all should have an opportunity to learn all of the committees, all the departments. I think the vice chair should be more actively engaged and take some of those sales trips or do some of the economic development stuff so they understand those departments, because, you know, I'm coming in as chair and I've never had those opportunities to do any of those things. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with diversifying where we're going. But just so you know, I've been disappointed every single year because not one chairman ever gave me my number one. And I sent out emails, I spoke to them, I pled with them why I thought I was fit for that committee. And then as chair, I still couldn't give it to myself because, and I really wanted to, but I'm hoping maybe next year I'll get it, because there's just so many things that the chair has to do that I just didn't think it was the right time for me to go on that one this year. But never have I mean, every single time we voted on these committees, I have always been disappointed. So you're not the only ones that have been disappointed. I certainly have been disappointed before. But I think that, you know, I try to give people what they wanted and keep their expertise. Charlie's done a really great job on environmental stuff. I kept him on environmental stuff. I tried to give everybody the same amount. I felt like I had an exorbitant amount of committees this year, so I tried to get everybody 7. Everybody has 7 except Janet because she's on the canvassing board. And the canvassing board this year, because of presidential primary and all the other elections this year, is going to consume an enormous amount of time. So everybody has 7. She has 6 because of the amount of time that's demanded from the canvassing board. So I really felt that I put a lot of thought in this. I'm sorry you're disappointed. I'm sorry that it's construed that this is an attack on PSTA. I feel very strongly about PSTA. I think PSTA is doing some really great things, and I am not anti-transit at all. I would like to see PSTA do a little shift with their budget. I've brought it up every year. I still think they need to be lowering their millage to get the ability to raise their millage because reserves are one-time only spending. And if they ever get in a bind and they need to raise the millage, they can't at this point, and they've done nothing in the past to allow that when they need recurring funding. So, you know, that's the only thing I've ever wanted to change at PSTA was that concept with the budget. I've never really wanted to do anything that would harm PSTA. So I've not wanted to harm PSTA. I do try to correct the history because some board members seem to forget that there's some history there with the cities that the Sunrunner went through. But I think the Sunrunner is a huge asset to Pinellas County. So this notion that putting a different board member on PSTA is trying to dissect or disrupt or hurt PSTA, I think is wrong. And I don't think that the current, Commissioner Latval, Commissioner Scott, or myself have done anything that demonstrates that we're trying to derail PSTA. I brought those students for the veteran thing. I thought it was a very important thing to do. I was thrilled when Commissioner Latval made the motion. He beat me to it, but I think it was a great thing we did. And so I am sorry you're disappointed. And it is traditionally up to the chair for their discretion. That's probably the only thing that the chair gets to really, other than learn about TDC and economic development. But I really did put thought into this. It wasn't just a willy-nilly kind of thing. And so I apologize that you're disappointed. I'm sorry you're disappointed. And I just hope we get through this year and we have some rewarding experiences and we do some wonderful things.
And I appreciate your explanation. I will say this, though, and I appreciate you acknowledging the work that I've done in affordable housing because I have worked really hard Having grown up in the projects, I know exactly what it's like. And I know what it's like to rent, and I know what it's like to own. And so I push home ownership as much as I can. So I do appreciate you acknowledging that because I do work really hard on trying to advance the purpose. But I will say this, and it's not just because PSTA was my number one, but if you are asked for what it is that you would like to serve on, but that's not taken into consideration, because I did call Nick and I said, why are we doing rankings this year rather than just check which ones you want? Why are we doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And he did share it's because Commissioner wanted to know what your number one, number two. And I know that we don't always get our number one or number two, which is why I'm not going way in saying, well, I'm not going to serve because I want this or whatever. That's why I said from the beginning, they were your appointments for me. I will accept my assignments. But if I'm asking to serve, or if anyone is asking to serve on something, that's because that's where they want their passion and their energy to go. I do work on housing in so many other arenas, but I selected the things that I wanted to work on and where I thought I could contribute well to the county. So I want to say I do appreciate your explanations. The public gets to hear them as well now. I wasn't going all out having conversations. I said I'd wait until we got here to have that conversation. And as I said, I'm going to serve on my committees with all fidelity. I'm going to continue to be just as vigilant and just as professional on those committees. But I just wanted my feelings to be known that I did feel that way, and I'm disappointed. And I appreciate the acknowledgement.
Commissioner Eggers.
You know, I remember when Commissioner Scott was put on PSTA. I also remember when he was removed, and frankly, I think he was probably the best PSTA board member that I had seen at the time, and I was extremely disappointed. I'm not jumping up and down for joy going back to PSTA. I'm just being candid. I have I've had over the years some issues. Now things have changed a little bit, so I'll respect the chair's choice to put me back there and to try to bring some new perspective or different perspective given the changes that have gone on. When sometimes he came off of it. He shouldn't have, in my opinion. Last year, I thought it was really important that his expertise, his background, his understanding, his traveling the world about bus and transit services was a real value added. I certainly don't bring that, but I will take your explanation and do the best I can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Everybody good? All right. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, so,
Madam Chair,
yeah.
excuse me. Can I request the board circle back to item 42? I don't believe the appointments and reappointments to the Historic Preservation Board. One reappointment was by Commissioner Peters, and one was by Commissioner Scott. I don't have a vote for that.
All right, we're on item 42. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Okay? Is that it, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay. County Commission new business. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity to spend some time with code enforcement. I want to thank Jude very much for that. I had a chance to meet the team and say hello to all of them, and then spend a few hours riding along with code enforcement and seeing some of the unpleasantness that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So a big shout out to them for what they do every day. Attended the holiday lighting at the Botanical Gardens, which is always a very nice event. If you haven't had a chance to make it out there this year, I would encourage you and members of the public that are listening to do that. Attended the Yes to Seminole Rec Open House, along with Commissioner Peters that was there as well. Just trying to get a pulse of the community on the MSTU that we'll be voting on later today. I was invited by our clerk of the court, Ken Burke, to speak at the Tuesday Club last Tuesday, so that's always a nice group of people there, and had an opportunity to give them an update on Pinellas County Commission business. This Saturday, attended the Palm Harbor Christmas Parade along with Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Justice, so good time there. And then just kind of lastly, a comment on historic preservation, since we just made some appointments there. Jewel, I'd like to look and see if right now the chair, which I currently chair that committee, doesn't have a vote. I'd like to see, is that because of local ordinance or is that because of state ordinance?
We can take a broader look into it, but
Okay.
the reason that was passed along to me by my staff person that works with that board is a level of discomfort because of the fact that appeals from that board come to this board, and
Okay.
you would have a common member hearing both the original case and the appeal.
Got it.
And we think that
Yeah.
plays into just some due process concerns for the
Right.
applicants.
Okay, all right, well okay. I was gonna see if we could change that, but that clears that up, so. Other than that, I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday, very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and look forward to 2024.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you very much. Commissioner LaValla and I attended the workforce career source merger that's occurring over in Hillsborough County. And I thought it was a good first information session. Got a chance to reconnect with Mr. Ron Barton, who was over economic development when I was a city council member, so that's been a long time ago. But I thought that the meeting went well. I'm not sure what Commissioner LaValla thought. He may have. Oh, yeah, it was a bad coin toss. What we're talking about is Commissioner LaValla, thank you so very much. He nominated me to be chair, and the other person nominated Commissioner Gwen Myers, and they decided it was going to be a coin toss. She and I both called heads at the same time. And then what I didn't think was cool when he asked her first. Yeah, he said, yeah, he was from Hillsborough, and he asked her first what she called heads again. So she became chair. We know each other. She's also my sorority sister. She's a good. Yes, ma'am. Yes. So she's chair and I'm vice chair, and then she took over running the meeting. And really, it was a kind of laying the groundwork for how we would proceed and move forward. So I thought it was a very good meeting. Other than that, but thank you so much, Commissioner LaValla. I appreciate you. Of course, the PSTA meeting, I've shared already what happened there and what I recommended, but they will take that item up at their next meeting. I attended my Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council meeting, and a lot happened there, so I'm going to go as fast as I can. Crystal River is now a partner, now on board, and so their representative, Councilmember Franks, came to our meeting, and so we actually voted Crystal River in, so that was absolutely wonderful. We had our audit service plan for the upcoming year presented to us by RG and Company, Ms. Julie Davis, CPA, and Elise Leach, the auditor. We ended up having to do a budget amendment to our 2024 budget. As many of you know, Sean Sullivan is no longer the executive director. There was no fraud. There was nothing like that. It was just kind of taking your eye off the ball that had us going from about a $1.3 million reserve down to about $800,000. We were able to find all the dollars and where they were, but there was just some concern there. So we actually had staff along with the Secretary of Treasury at the time, go back and just rebuild that budget from the ground up so we could make sure we knew exactly where we were. And so that was done, and it passed unanimously. Everything has been accounted for, I's dotted and T's crossed. Staff was able to be provided with a 5% increase as a result of us knowing now exactly where our financial position is. We were able to contribute about $50,000 back to the fund reserve balance, so that was good news. The grants and contracts, we talked about that, and we talked about the resiliency grants. Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is going more towards having consultations or consultants internally rather than charting the work outside. We'll be bringing on board 2 additional planners so that that can be accomplished. We have some other grants that we've received that partner us with Citrus and Hernando County that take into account looking at the quality of our water areas and high tide flooding. So when it's just a rain event and high tide flooding. We will be doing some industrial land use analysis for Hernando County. We will be looking at some community development block grant funding to advance our studies around rainfall events. When you look at the city of St. Petersburg and what happens in Northeast St. Pete, that it floods even when it's the slightest rain. So I think that will be well received from all of them. We had a report from Mr. Peter Altman that handles the resiliency component piece of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. And we will be, again, having the Resiliency Summit in Clearwater. The Agency on Bay Management report was given by gubernatorial appointee Barbara Sheen Todd. They're moving forward, and we not only have 2 staff members assigned to that, we also have a young lady who is working on her doctorate who has been assigned, and her expertise is environmental studies. The Port of Tampa Bay would like to look at utilizing recycled materials to build some breakwater structures. So we'll be doing some of that analysis with them and making sure we can put that into place. We had an election of new officers, so Councilmember Mo Freeney is now the vice chair. I am the secretary treasurer, and Mayor Woody Brown from Largo is now the chair. He was serving as the interim chair, and he's now the chair. And we won't have a meeting in January, so our next meeting is in February.
You have the date for this summit?
Let me look for it, because the date did change because there was a conflict. The hotel apparently didn't notice there was a conflict with our dates. And so we got changed. So before the meeting's over, I'll go through my calendar and give you the new dates. I just want to remind everyone about the BEAD funding, which is a part of the broadband funding that came down. There's about $1.6 billion that came down from the federal government that will be provided to the state of Florida alone. That is to aid in providing internet service and access to underserved and unserved communities. Some of those unserved locations are in South Florida, and then some of the more rural communities. Spectrum, if you live in an underserved community, Spectrum has a specific deal, if you will, that gives you a much reduced cost for internet services in that area. And so they will continue to take additional public comment on extending those services through December 15th. That webinar happened today at 2:30, so I was not able to get on that webinar, but the Florida Association of Counties has been integrally involved in that. And just an FYI, Pasco County Commissioner Mariano, I hope I'm saying his name right. I'm saying his name right. He did share that Pasco County is doing a resolution to oppose the Live Local Act. Florida Association of Counties as an organization opposes the Live Local Act because Pasco County specifically is losing a lot of its industrial areas or areas that could be for job growth and development to housing. Not that they oppose housing, but they're losing out on the employment end. So they came out and said that they are doing that letter, that resolution to specifically oppose the Live Local Act. And there are other communities that are doing that as well. Of course, Florida Association of Counties will have our legislative time, which is in January, the 17th, 16th, well, for me, 16th, 17th, 18th. So if you are able to come up, please feel free to join us there. Of course, all of the information relative to the bills that either FAC are opposing or are supporting can be found on their website. I know that there's been some forward movement when it comes to a couple other bills, Laura has, I thought, given us a very good outline of those bills in our email, so you'll have an opportunity to go and review those. I won't go over that. Thank you for the time. I know it was lengthy, but lots happening.
Thank you, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start with a note of condolence to the Lellman Fire District and their entire Lellman Fire team and their families and friends of Lieutenant Daniel Fitzgerald, who passed away, was laid to rest this morning. Daniel was an incredible firefighter and mentor and instructor and incredible member of the community, and we will miss him. In more positive notes, Commissioner Eggers and I attended the ribbon cutting for the new pier at Pop Stansel Park in Palm Harbor, the Maddie Williams Breakfast in Safety Harbor with the mayors there. I think I've been to 83 parades, 14 tree lightings in the last few days for the holidays. As the communities are getting ready for holidays, it's been wonderful to be out in the community, and people are really getting into the spirit of the holidays this year. But without question, the highlight of the last couple weeks has been attended the annual awards luncheon for the Lift Academy, which, if you don't know the Lift Academy, their new campus is just a few blocks from us here in Clearwater, and they serve a neurodiverse population. And they had awards and they had speakers, but the highlight was Chris Nickick, who is the first Ironman with Down syndrome, spoke. And if you're having a bad day at all or feeling down and you hear Chris speak, you have no choice but to go out and look at things a little bit better and get 1% better. He says every day, get 1% better. And it was definitely the highlight of a long time for us there. So beyond that, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. We'll see you in 2024.
May 9th and 10th, 2024 is the Resiliency Conference.
Thank you. Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The day before Thanksgiving, that Wednesday afternoon, I was driving on the Bayside Bridge. I don't want to say how fast I was going, but I was going with the flow of traffic, and my tire blew out.
Oh, no.
And so I found myself on the shoulder. And if you've driven on the Bayside Bridge, you know the shoulder's not very big. So I didn't really know what to do. So, of course, I called my fiance and said, hey, my tire blew out. And so she, I didn't know if she was going to help me fix it or what. But she ended up, half an hour later, pulling in behind me. And there was no space to fix it because of how traffic is there. And it's very nerve-wracking because cars are going 70 miles an hour. And a few minutes later, there's lights that come up behind us, and a guy pulls in, and it was a Sheriff Volunteer Patrol, a young man by the name of Michael King, and puts up cones to get traffic out of our lane, and we had already called AAA, but he was very professional, and he even backed up his car and repositioned it. And I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "If somebody hits my car, I want to make sure they don't hit yours." I was like, "Oh, well, thank you." But we were talking a lot, and when he's not a volunteer patrol for the sheriff's office, he's a volunteer firefighter. And, we're talking about, what he does every day, and he was very professional, did a great job. And, the guy and he even called AAA and asked him to hurry. And he had no idea who I was. And at the end, when he was about ready to leave, I said, "Can I have your card?" And he gets really nervous, and I said, "Well, when I call the sheriff to say how great you did, I want to make sure I, have the right name." And so I just wanted to give Michael King a very good kudos and thank you, as well as the entire sheriff patrol, volunteer sheriff patrol from the sheriff's office, because they do a great job even the day before Thanksgiving when people are nervous wreck. I think I was probably thinking about what I was going to have for dinner the next day. And little did I know that my tire was about to blow out on the bridge. So thank you very much to Michael and his entire team. But on another note, each of our offices got this today from Suncoast, which I do want to thank them for doing that and providing all of y'all with that information. I brought them up a few times prior, different grievances, and I guess this is more of the Festivus point of my spiel. Some of the complaints that I have had about them prior has to do with their website. They have time to do a nice binder for us, but they don't have time to update their website. If you looked at their website around Thanksgiving, the suicide prevention part was completely blank. And you can look in here and you can see the screenshot from the email that I sent them. A week or two ago, I asked each of their individual board members to have a meeting. The chair of their board wrote back, and I sent letters as well as emails to the individual board members. And their chair of their board wrote back and said, due to scheduling conflicts, that will not be possible, which I was disappointed. I will say that I have met with one of their board members, Mr. Prather, previously, and I appreciate that. But I will have to say that that's the first time in my political career that I've ever asked to meet with a board and have been told no. It's one thing and I've met with Barbara, I think, 3 times, but it's different to actually meet with the board and talk to them about issues that I have. And I think it's important to do that one-on-one. When you sign up to be a board member, it shouldn't just be something that you put on a resume or put on a company website. You should take responsibility for doing that, and you should take that job seriously. They had time to do this binder, but it took them 4 months to contact the family of one of their clients who committed suicide. And they only did that after they met with me and after they found out that I was mad at them over that suicide. It happened to be 2 days after a meeting that I had with Barbara and 2 of her board members, where in that meeting, Barbara made the comment of, if I knew who was upset, I could talk to them. And I looked at her and I said, well, that person's dead. And 2 days later, they contacted that family and to go over that case. That was the first time in 4 months that Suncoast bothered to call that family, that is unconscionable. If you have a meeting with them, they complain about funding, but ask the board and look in this binder to see what kind of fundraising the board has done. They have done very little compared to any other agency or any other nonprofit. Yet, they have no problem paying their CEO $300,000 a year. And look at the other, and it's in the binder that they gave each one of y'all. They have several other employees that they pay over $200,000 a year. So it's not about funding, it's about oversight. And the problem is squarely on their board of directors, who is about as weak as can be. And so that's why, and the concerns that I have with Suncoast, and the reason why I wanted to talk to them, actually wasn't even about mental health. It was about other issues that have been given to me, about other areas that other things that they provide to our community that people have concerns about. And so, they can sit over there all they want to, and, it's, I look forward, and maybe now their board will reach out to me, and I can sit down and air my grievances. But other than that, I hope y'all have a happy holidays and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
Wow, that was 2 different stories. Thank you for both of them. I know that it takes a lot of work to do what you're looking into. I just had a few comments myself. I had a really good meeting with West Chase community. They're a community right on the border of Oldsmar and Hillsborough County. Met with 2 of their representatives, had great conversation about Pasco, Hillsborough, Pinellas, what they do, and extended their hand of appreciation for all that we're doing as well. In having the discussion, one of the gentlemen that I met with was Jewish and brought up the idea that Hillsborough County is flying the Jewish flag at their county building. And I said, well, that's awfully, we did it on the bridge and we did a resolution, but to me that makes a lot of sense, and I'd just like to see us have some consideration for that. I don't know what precedence issues we have that wouldn't allow it, or any kind of issues that are charter related that we would. I don't know what it would be, but I would certainly like to have that conversation. Do we have a workshop? We didn't get them canceled next month, did we?
We do have workshops coming up after the first of the year. I've got to look. We've got several things, but in answer to that question, I'll look at I'll bring back our policy at a workshop and we can discuss it.
If you could, and then and if things are positive in that regard and we're positive in this, we can maybe reach out to the leadership of that community and look into that further. Anyway, it was a really good meeting. Good folks doing great work. And Commissioner Latvala and I went down to the celebration of Hanukkah down in Clearwater, down at the park, and number of families down there, good festivities, and there was a strong presence of officers that you wouldn't even know that were around because they were far away, and there was no problems and no issues, just a celebration of the beginning of Hanukkah. So it was really a good event. Wanted to say special thank you to Kelly and Tom Washburn, Secretary Gwynn, for taking care of some really bad-looking stuff at the end of County Road 39, industrial stuff that was in a residential neighborhood. It has been moved out. The neighborhood is ecstatic, and it's where it should be someplace else that is more appropriate. But I wanted to thank staff for their leadership on that. There's a Nebraska Avenue project. It's, that project has raised a lot of questions and support and against, but there's going to be a community meeting at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. If you want to, it's going to be a virtual meeting, so if you want to register, go to pinellascounty.gov, type in Nebraska Avenue, and there's a place to sign up to participate in that virtual meeting. This morning there's 142 that had signed up for it, so there are people who are hearing about it and are going to give input, positive and negative, I'm sure. But in any event, Commissioner Justice mentioned about the pier ribbon cutting. That was really a really awesome event, and something that I'm going to be also talking in the coming year to staff and to you all about some cost sharing on that pier. I have reasons I think that we should consider it, and I'll be talking about that after the first of the year. I too was in a few parades, Safety Harbor, Tarpon Springs, Palm Harbor. I didn't go to the Safety Harbor one, but what I was mentioning about Safety Harbor, Tarpon Springs, Palm Harbor, Dunedin, so many families and staff and everybody involved in getting out there, and boy, there were just hundreds and probably thousands of people in attendance at all of those events. So great work by those communities. I wanted to just take the opportunity, I may not have the opportunity again, to say thank you to Commissioner Long for her really good leadership for us this past year, and I know that others will have comments perhaps as well. Thank you again to Kim. I won't go into that anymore, but just thank you for everything. And then Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah to my colleagues and staff, and to all of our incredible residents. Be safe, Happy New Year, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Thank you. Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Latvala brought up a litany of issues with one of our nonprofits that's been really well respected for decades in Pinellas County, calling for new leadership there. And I don't know the day-to-day operations of Suncoast. I know that they've been well regarded by our funding partners at JWB in the state of Florida for many years, but pretty broad comments from the commissioner, and I thought since we do have the executive director here, if it was your will, Madam Chair, to have her at least have a couple minutes to share a few of her remarks.
I'm good with that. Everyone else is.
Can we finish?
Let's finish with our work, and then we'll have, is that all right with you, Barbara? Okay, good. Is that it for your report? Commissioner Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I went to the Health and Human Services Leadership Board. We stopped meeting for a while, and now it got reconvened. JWB and school board members have felt that we should take a look at social media and how it affects the mental health of our students, and how it intervenes with our families and kind of is disruptive. So we had two really good presenters, one from USF and, or All Children's, I'm sorry, one from All Children's. And so it was very interesting, and it seemed to go in the direction that they wanted to, if we're going to do something with this, that we want to get some already organized youth groups that might want to be interested in taking this on. So it just so happened that exact same day my YAC group was meeting. We met at the medical examiner's office. They did a tour, and no, there were no cadavers, no bodies in the morgue, but they did go in the morgue, and they learned a lot. And matter of fact, I think the medical examiner's office got 4 interns and volunteers this year. So from that, they really did love, they do love doing the tours. And we try not to do the same one every year because a lot of the kids repeat. But I talked to them afterwards, and they're very interested. The entire committee said they're very interested in taking this on. Commissioner Latvalla's interest is children, and so this year he's asked to take on YAC, and so he'll be kind of taking that on with YAC kids on however that's going to articulate. And he also serves on HHSLB, so that would be a good fit. And then the opiate, the state, well, I'm sorry, the acronyms, the OFAB, I think it is. It's how we're going to spend the opiate money settlement. We met, we ranked the, there's 2 phases of what we wanted to do with the money. One is to generate a strategic plan on how we should be spending those resources to ensure that we do the best job we can to eliminate overdose deaths and keep people from getting into substance, helping people that have a substance use disorder and maybe preventing some more recreation substance use usage. So we had $14 million that we could spend this year and next year, and the state has said that we can be very flexible and that we don't have to spend it all right away, and we can be very flexible, and it can be used for things that we typically don't get money for. And so as we talked about it, we identified 2 agencies to bring back an interview for the part that would do our strategic plan. So they'll do our, gap analysis and everything like that. So we're going to invite those 2 agencies, I believe it's Ernst & Young and KPMG, to come back, and we'll do an interview with them, and then determine which one of those 2 we will use. And we decided, instead of sending out an RFP for programming to start working on this ahead of time, we wanted to wait until we got the gap analysis and we got the strategic plan before we started spending that money. And the reason is, if we put out $3 million this year, or 2 programs at $3 million, or 3 programs at $3 million, and our gap analysis came back and said we shouldn't have been spending our money there, that we would have to wait 2 years and a program would have gotten started and those people would lose their services. And so it was determined that we would wait until the gap analysis came back and we started working on the strategic plan before we would spend that money. We don't get punished for not spending it right away. All of us had angst about not spending it right away because of the death rate, but we also have greater angst of spending the money incorrectly. And so it was determined that we would wait, make the determination whether it's KPMG or Ernst & Young, once we do a contract with them, and Barry, just for a heads up and for this board, when we come to you with that recommendation, we're also going to come so we can expedite this with the recommendation that we give Barry the authority to sign the contract so we don't have to bring it back again, which is something we've done before. It's not unusual, to help expedite that process. So they will have then 6 months to get that gap analysis to us, and then we can strategically look at how we're going to spend that money over the next 18 years. So kind of long report, but I thought it was really important. And so that's it for what I want to report, but I also want to thank and wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, however you celebrate this holiday season. I wish you all a healthy and happy holiday season and a very, very happy new year, and I'm looking forward to this next year and putting 2023 behind me. But I want to thank Chair Long. Chair Long has done an outstanding job managing the 5th floor, and we've had a lot of turnover on the 5th floor, and she's had to do a lot of the work and a lot of stuff behind the scenes that people don't even know about. And she's gone really above and beyond this year, and I just can't thank you enough. I think you've done a great job. I do have a gift for you, and I hope you like it. And after today, I thought it was appropriate. I wanted to give it to you earlier.
Thank you.
But that is for you, and I want to thank you so much for your dedicated service for so many years, just to the people of Pinellas County, the people of Florida, and to this commission. So thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, okay, so I have a few things to report. Well, I'll open it in a few minutes. So I have a new business item, actually, and would like a consensus from all of you that it's okay to write a letter of support for the efforts with the State Senate Task Force to establish the statewide museum in St. Petersburg. It's the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. Commissioner Latvala touched on this at last week's work session, so I'm asking the board for consensus to send that letter of support on behalf of all of us. And so, is that all right with all of you? Yes. Yeah? Okay. I did attend the Florida Association of Counties Legislative Conference, and at the end of day 2, I came back over to St. Pete College to be a judge for the annual grand debate that's put on by the students. And imagine my surprise to learn that one of the other judges on the panel was former state legislator Dennis Ross. Some of you may remember him. It was lovely to see him. I also attended the state delegation meeting at the Digitorium, and that was interesting, to say the least. Commissioner Latval and I also attended the premiere of the documentary on Congressman C.W. Bill Young. As you know, he was a driving force in St. Petersburg College creation of the Institute for Public Policy, he and Senator Jones. And I know he would be proud to see how it has grown and all the great work that they are doing. It was really neat to see a lot of the old familiar faces like Dr. Furlong and a few other folks that I had worked with in the past at the Institute. Last week, I attended the TMA leadership meeting along with Commissioner Eggers, who, by the way, has just done a fabulous job on that board representing all of us. And it was an important meeting, but I wanted to take a moment to just again thank Commissioner Eggers for jumping in and being the chair of that meeting at the last moment because somebody else didn't show up. And we voted to submit a memo of understanding to the governor this month, which was a major step in the creation of a regional MPO. Some of you who haven't worked on the transportation boards probably know or don't know, but you should know, that one of the major criteria that's looked at in terms of building a regional public transportation system is, does the region have a singular MPO? And in this region, we don't. Every county has their own, and that's a major problem if you're trying to get big transportation funding dollars. So we are moving the dial on that, and we are now talking about board appointments to it because the MPO, the Forward Pinellas Board here in Pinellas is expanding to 19 members. And so that's going to be a big deal going forward. And what I worry about is the time frame that they've established in order to get it done. So I hope we can work on speeding that up about a bit. It was great to see Mayor Ken Welch and Doyle at the tour of the new ARC Innovation Center in downtown St. Pete last week. If you haven't seen the new building, you might want to take a look at it. I was stunned to learn, given that we've all seen all those enormous big high-rises going up, that this building is the first office building built in downtown St. Pete in over 10 years. So the innovation and the ways in which they have created space is kind of unique to look at. And if you haven't seen it, Barry, I encourage you to go down and you and Kevin maybe take a look at it because it's really nice.
We'll see it Monday. Yep, for the ribbon cutting.
Yes, the ribbon cutting is on Monday. I also met with the new CEO of the St. Pete Economic Development Corporation. He started about a month ago, and he's already met with our Dr. Johnson at our Pinellas County Economic Development Department, and he's still getting to know the area. It was interesting to note that he has more than 30 years of economic development experience, comes to us from Greater Des Moines, Iowa. I found that kind of interesting. But it'll be interesting to see what he does with that group. I also attended the Mayor's Council luncheon last Friday, and a lot of you were there as well. It was nice to see everybody. And there is the Pinellas Adoption Day at Tropicana Field is coming up on Thursday of this week at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You're all welcome to attend. And then I was going to make mention of the official ribbon cutting of the ARC Innovation Center is this coming Monday at 10:30. Wednesday, December 20th is the next TDC meeting, and my final meeting as chair. And finally, I would like to thank all of you for allowing me to be your chair this past year. I hope I've served you well, and I wish everyone a very happy, prosperous, and lovely Christmas and New Year. And please keep the thoughts in your mind that it's not a merry season for everyone. Thank you. Okay. Sorry about that. And that's it for today. See you next year. Oh, Barbara, I am so incredibly sorry. My brain went right out the window for a moment. Please come to the podium.
Madam Chair, since this isn't really the public comment portion of the meeting, I just wanted you to be aware that I'll have a couple questions for her after her talk.
Okay, that's
Thanks.
fine. Maybe some others of us will as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Justice and Chair Long, and commissioners for listening to us today. I'm Barbara Dare. I'm the CEO of Suncoast Center, and I have with me today Cindy Stokes, who's the board chair, and Chuck Prather, who's one of the board members. I just want to share that Suncoast Center has proudly served this community for behavioral health services for 79 years. We're a private nonprofit, CARF accredited, which is a national accreditation, community mental health center, and we serve 22,000 individuals every year with our well-skilled and trained workforce. We offer a wide variety of behavioral health services, outpatient. We serve individuals in the home, wherever they need to be seen to get the services that they need, and we serve those with a mild disorder all the way up to those with a severe and persistent disorder. We have well over 50 partners in the community that we work with, and we take the work that we do very seriously, and we care very deeply for everyone that we serve. We have clean financial audits for many, many years and are in good standing with all of our funders. In fact, this year, so far, we have had no corrective actions for any site visit we have ever had this year. And our board is a strong board. They're very active. Each one of them donates financially and their time and expertise to the board, and they take everything we do very seriously, and they're very committed to behavioral health services, mental health and substance abuse services. I just want to say that in the last year, we have been honored to be selected for 2 federal grants. The first one is a CCBHC, which is a certified community mental health clinic, and it was a very competitive, and we are the only one in our county that were awarded that, and we are working with a lot of partners to get that off the board, and that's $1 million a year for 4 years. And also, we just received a suicide prevention grant, which there were only 17 awarded in the nation, and we were one of those 17. We're very proud of that, and we were awarded both of those grants for the work that we've been doing in this community, along with our partners. We participate in a large number of initiatives in the community, many which we lead, participate in, and serve, and we care about all the areas of mental health and substance abuse. We want this county to be happy and healthy, and I do appreciate your comments, Chair Long, about it is not always a happy time. We do get a big increase in people needing care and services, and my heart goes out to all those people who have lost anyone because the holidays are a very, very difficult time. I would like to welcome you all to come on a tour. I'm happy to present to you on any of our initiatives or all the services that we provide. And we do very much appreciate the funding we receive from Pinellas County. We also provide all the sexual assault services for Pinellas County and have been doing child protection team services for a while, but are transitioning that to another organization to focus more strategically on behavioral health for our community, which we think is critically important, and the need is higher than it's ever been since COVID. So thank you for your service to the community. And we, too, are here to be in service to our community. So I just want to thank you very much and wish you happy holidays.
Thank you. Are you prepared to take a few questions? Do you mind?
I can. I may not have all the details to answer them, but I will certainly take a note and get back to everyone if you would like.
Thank you. Commissioner
Thank-
Latvala?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. How many suicides have y'all had in 2023?
2.
Is it common that it takes 4 months for Suncoast to contact those families to offer counseling services to those families?
No, let me add that our practice is that there is a contact with a therapist or provider of care with that family when we're notified or after to talk to them about what's occurring. And we do that, yes.
You mentioned the sexual assault services that y'all provide for Pinellas County. Earlier this year, did y'all have issues and backlogs with those sexual assault cases where you had to have other agencies help with that and come in and help?
Yes, we had staffing issues, as most everyone in the state did, and it's common for them to share when somebody's out. If you have a lot of people out on any kind of leave, we all share resources, and we are fully staffed, and we are meeting all our criteria, and we have great relationships with all of the law enforcement departments.
Do you anticipate having those same issues this coming year around spring break and so forth?
We have a strong group, and they're doing a lot of outreach. We're doing more outreach than we've ever done before throughout all the community. And if you know of places where we could do some of that training, we would love to provide it for you.
So 2 years ago, a friend of mine contacted you offering to help update your website. They never heard back. Months ago, I complained about your website, never got updated. The escape function on your website is not on every page. It's only on one of the pages. And as you know, having an escape button on a website such as yours is very important. Do y'all have any plans to finally update your website?
We have had plans for a while. We need to change it from the platform it's on to a more updated platform. We had a staff person who handled all that who became gravely ill and had to leave the organization. We've been looking for other people. I have hired someone, and as soon as they pass all their screenings, they will be starting, and that is the first task that they have to do.
All right, please do that ASAP.
Anyone else? Any questions, concerns? I have one question.
Sure.
Out of curiosity more than anything else. How is your board membership appointed?
Well, we all recommend individuals that they think would be good members and to provide a diverse group of individuals. And so they come, I find people, the board members find people. I don't know if you all want to speak, but they find individuals and we meet with them, we interview them, we have conversations, we give them a tour, and we talk about what their responsibilities are, and they either accept or decide that they're too busy or they can't come to the particular meetings. And then we have a nomination 1 month, and then the next month we elect them.
All right, I was just curious.
Sure.
And how big is your board?
We have 12 members now.
Okay. Anything else from the rest of the commission? No, but I really thank you so much for being here today, and you too, Chuck. I was seeing you in the audience. I thought, well, what are we doing here today that he's here? So now I know. Nice to see you. I'll see you on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and again, thank you for your service and happy holidays. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have after this as well. So we're very transparent and open about everything we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, well, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, you have anything, Barry? What? Yeah, we're coming back at 6, so don't go away too far. All right. Yeah, seriously. Okay, see you all at 6. everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this public hearing for the Pinellas County Commission. And I think first up on our, excuse me, our agenda is the Seminole Youth Recreation.
Commissioners, this is item number 53 in your packet.
Say again?
Yeah, item number 53. You're asking to move that item up.
Yes, we're moving that item up so we can have the students speak before we get going into the rest of the public hearing. Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to call up,
Do you want to have the clerk read the item, Madam Chair?
yes, I'm so sorry, Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Agenda item number 53 is a proposed ordinance creating a municipal services taxing unit for recreation services and facilities in the unincorporated Seminole area. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 3 letters and a petition with 121 signatures in support and 1 email in opposition have been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. And so I would like to call up Bradley Felton, if he's here, to come before us. Bradley, and please tell us, if you would, why this issue is so important to you. Wait. Tony, give me that.
It's important to me because...
Bradley, wait 1 second. We all want to be able to see you, and you're hiding behind that podium. So how about you come out here and speak into the mic, okay?
Hi, my name is Bradley Felton, and I think this meeting, it's important to me because I want to play at safe and nice fields. I play at PCYB, Cross Bayou Little League. I've been to other fields outside Cross Bayou, and I'd love to play at one of those fields and call one of those fields like my home field.
So are you a good player, Bradley?
I mean, it depends who you see. It depends who you ask.
And what position do you play, Bradley?
I play catcher, shortstop, and pitcher.
Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Good
Awesome.
for you. How old are you?
I'm 9 years old,
What grade are you in?
3rd grade.
Excellent. I am so happy to have you here this evening, and this is how democracy works. You can come to these public meetings, speak your piece, and tell everyone why it's important to you.
So I have a question, and this may have some bearing on how I vote.
Commissioner Latvala?
And there may be more than one right answer. Who's your favorite baseball team?
The Rays.
That is one of the right answers. All right.
Is that
Good
it,
job.
Commissioner?
I was just making sure he didn't say the Yankees or Red Sox.
So, anyone else have any questions for our young Bradley here?
Good job.
Good job, Bradley. Thank you so much.
Good job.
And next, we're going to hear from, let me see, Kason Martino. Did I say that right?
Oh, he can be seen behind the podium.
Okay, Kason, come right up.
My name's Kason Martino, and the reason why you should fund this is because we want to have a safe place to play at, and everybody should deserve to play sports at safe and clean places. So if you do this, everybody will have nice fields to play at, and we won't have to travel a lot anymore.
Wonderful. How old are you?
13,
And what grade are you in?
7th,
Say again?
7th.
7th grade. And what position do you play?
I play 3rd and catcher.
Nice. Commissioner Laffauer?
I'll ask the same question to you. Who's your favorite baseball team?
The Tampa Bay Rays.
Good answer.
Yay! Thank you so much. Okay, well, I don't know how we beat that, but do we have a presentation from the SYIA folks? Oh, I do? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, my goodness. Okay, Steve Cecil.
Yeah.
Partner is Amanda, I believe?
Yep. So they're the ones that have the information.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Okay.
We've been dealing with Steve for a long time.
Yep.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Administrator. My name is Steve Cecil, and I am coming to you as a member of a grassroots organization called Say Yes to Rec Seminole, who has advocated for the board's adoption of the proposed ordinance and the creation of the MSTU we're here for tonight. It is certainly great to be here, and it has taken a long time to reach this point. In 2014, when Eastlake Recreation received their MSTU, many board members at that time, including the late John Maroney, said they were in favor of these type of districts. He said, and I quote, "We need to invest in the quality of our community. We need to invest in our kids, and I think this is a good way to do it, so I will support it." And he did support it that night, unquote. Over the years, we have heard you loud and clear. With 3 different sports complexes and 5 different sports organizations, you told us that we need to consolidate our programs. That seemed like an easy task, but it did take years to accomplish. And I'm going to get off my remarks here for a little bit, but years ago, every time that we would be in public events with my number 2 at that time, John Sessa from SYAA, Commissioner Eggers says, "Have you done it yet? Are you together yet?" Commissioner Long said the same thing. "Are you guys together?" And I can honestly say that today we are together as one. We are now ready. Our organization started out with just 2 people and now has the support of all 3 complexes and their member organizations. We have worked on creating a draft set of bylaws which mirror FICSA in North County, and when this passes tonight, the new board will be ready to work on a responsible budget that will be submitted to county staff in March. Another item you asked of us is to reach out to the community to see if our residents will support this district. This was accomplished in 2 ways. We created our own engagements, and County Communications created an educational webpage, educational video, and a survey, which you have in front of you tonight. These products were promoted by the county and us on various social media platforms. The survey shows that over 87 responses in the affirmative, and when added to our engagements, the positive responses are over 90%. Here with me tonight is Amanda Felton, and as you can see, a large group of the children who currently play at the 3 sports complexes at issue, who will benefit from your adoption of the ordinance. I want to thank all of the players for coming this evening and being an integral part of this administrative and, as Commissioner Long said, civic process. I'll turn it over to Ms. Felton to speak briefly on what the future will look like for the complexes, our children, and our community upon adoption of the ordinance before you. Thank you very much.
Good evening. As Steve mentioned, my name is Amanda Felton, and I'm part of the Yes to Rec Seminole organization. I also sit on the board of Pinellas County Youth Baseball and Softball, which operates the recreational baseball and softball program at all 3 complexes. My son, who you just met just now, has played baseball at the complexes, mostly Cross Bayou, since he was 3 years old and was in the T-ball program. You may know many of us here by our former names: Cross Bayou Little League, Seminole Little League, and the Seminole Junior Warhawks. As Steve mentioned, after nearly a decade of discussion, these 3 historical organizations made a very hard decision to merge. They had to sacrifice their individual identities and their long-standing histories because they knew that's what would be required to get us here before you today. I also want to recognize the other youth organizations that are here with us, the Santos Soccer Club and the Seminole Seahawks Football Organization that operate out of SYAA. and the Florida Celtics Soccer Club that operate mostly out of the Warhawks complex. Many of them are just in the other room watching us on TV, and they're very excited to be here. As you can see from our audience and from the survey results, it is clear that there is a demand in our community for sports facilities. If you visit any of these three complexes, it becomes even clearer that there is a dire need for repairs, maintenance, and updates. A few of these organizations have operated out of the three complexes since the 1960s. Over the past few decades, we have funded the operations, maintenance, and what repairs we could manage through the registration fees, fundraising, piecemealing some small grants together from outside organizations, and we get some small financial assistance from the county's parks and resources budget. Personally, I know one of our grandfathers who's here today and was going to speak in favor. He mows the fields at Cross Bayou right now for next to nothing in compensation. And one of my neighbors who owns a commercial painting company in the area, Lowe's Commercial Painting, was generous enough to give one of our facilities somewhat of a facelift last year. What I'm trying to say is our organization squeeze every penny out of the little that we generate to operate the fields from season to season. We simply do not have the funding to keep the fields functional or safe, not even in their current conditions. If you come by, you'll see bleachers that are rigged together with cinder blocks and some wood, and they're frankly unsafe, and don't tell our insurance companies that. And we don't have enough funds to fix the field lighting over the soccer and baseball fields when they break and have to wait for certain grants from outside organizations. Those are only a few examples. What we are certain of is that despite our family's unending dedication to our children in the fields, we currently can't raise enough money to maintain these fields in their current state. And we certainly are not going to be able to raise enough money to maintain these fields if they're modernized through renovations. If no dedicated funding source is created, the facilities will have to be maintained through means such as higher participation and recreation fees for our families that are using the facilities, which would have a huge impact on our lower income families in the area. I mean, I know my children attend Starkey Elementary. That's a Title I school. There's lots of children there that have to eat the free breakfast and the free lunch. Those children deserve the opportunity to play sports in their neighborhood at an affordable cost, or hopefully no cost for the children that actually live in the district. Studies show that children who are active in youth sports are generally healthier and learn the skills that enable them to become responsible adults. We're asking that you say yes to REC tonight to support our children and the community as a whole, and I thank you for your time.
So Amanda, how about you go out and ask all those students that are out there to come in here and let us see who's really here?
That would be fabulous. They're very excited to be here.
Thank you. In the meantime, while she's doing that, let's hear from Eugene Sorello. You go, Deputy.
Hurry up.
Okay, but we want to, where's that microphone? Come on down here so we can see you. Where's that microphone I gave them?
Name and what they play. Ryan, you only get the backside, sorry.
Okay, hold on. How about you say your name and what position you play, and then pass.
My name is Logan.
No, hold on, one minute. Okay, so here, you take the microphone, and you say your name and tell us what position you play, and then pass the microphone to your partner here, and we'll go around. Everybody gets to share. Hi. You're going to be there. wait for the microphone to come along. Don't worry, the little lady is not going to get forgotten. Okay. All right, so stand right here. Come on, sweetheart. Okay. Go
My
ahead.
name is Logan.
Logan?
Yeah.
I have 2 Logans in my family. How old are you?
5.
And what position do you play?
Center field.
All right. Okay, now pass the mic to him. Everybody say your name.
My name is Alice. I play catcher.
How old are you?
6 years old.
Okay. Pass the mic, please.
My name is Kyle. I'm 10 years old, and I can't tell you what position I play because I don't play baseball.
What do you play?
I do bowling.
Bowling. All right, well, just say it right out loud. You play bowling.
My name's Jaden. I'm 11, and I play outfield and first base. My name is Jace Robertino. I play shortstop, and I'm 12 years old.
My name's Amani Balkistan, and I don't do baseball, but I do gymnastics, and I'm 10. My name is Jean, and I play shortstop. My name is Tegan, and I play center field.
My name is Luke, and I play outfield.
My name is Jacob, and I play third.
My name is Jacob, and I play shortstop.
My name is Christian, and I play center field, shortstop, or second.
My name is Nathan, and I play pitcher or second base.
My name is Harrison, and I don't play baseball.
Yes. How old are you?
7.
Okay, there's plenty of time. Don't worry.
My name is Guido, and I play pitcher and first.
My name is Declan, and I play center field and goalie.
My name is Mark, and I play every position except catcher, first, and right field.
All right.
My name is Nico, and I play all the outfield. My name is Lennox, and I play right field and center.
My name is Caleb, and I play catcher and second.
My name is Maddox, and I play third base.
Maddox, how old are you?
6 years old.
Aw.
My name is Lila, and I play batter. My name is Ren, and I'm 4 years old.
Aw.
Yeah,
And you like soccer?
yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
What's your name?
Annabelle, and I'm a good hitter, but
You're a good hitter?
yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
7. I don't do baseball.
I'm Leah, and I play left defense.
I'm Addison, and I play left wing.
I'm Kaysen. I play third, catcher, and sometimes pitch.
I'm Christian, and I play catcher and second.
I'm Hudson, and I play second base. My name is Bradley Felton, and I'll play whatever position you tell me to play.
All right. Okay, so is it safe to assume that all of these students are in favor of this action we're about to take this evening? Yes? Yes? Yay! All right.
Yes to what? Yes to?
And soccer. And softball. Bowling.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for participating. Thank you very much. Oh, that was so fast. fabulous, wasn't it? Oh, my God. Thank you, Jim. Yeah. Absolutely. You got a hard act to follow, girlfriend. Please.
I wholeheartedly support this cause.
Thank you.
That was the fastest sequence we've ever had. Are you all done?
Well, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eugene Savello, and I live at 11225 120th Terrace in the proposed tax district of this cause. I've been playing at these three complexes since 1992, and now I am a volunteer and a coach as my child who plays baseball at all these complexes. Throughout the years, we have done our best to operate to grow the baseball community in our area while dealing with outdated equipment, fields, and facilities. It has been very tough. But we have traveled to other nearby communities, including Lutz, Fitchhawk, and Citrus Park, and we have seen what a community investment in recreational fields can look like. And I've talked to families at those facilities and throughout community support. Their children not only have to have a safe place to play sports, but their fees are much more affordable as those leagues are not having to use registration funds for repairs and or maintenance. These are children and families and coaches asking, why can't we have this? The second most populated county in the state of Florida, our children deserve a facility to be proud of. I don't want to spend my money in Hillsborough, Pasco, or Hernando counties to travel for baseball. I want them to come down here and spend their money playing with us. There's a saying, whatever good things we build, end up building us. My ask is not only to say yes to rec, but also say yes to a new home where these beautiful children can grow not only as ball players, but most importantly, as great civilians to our community. As I also would say, do you want to build a snowman? Come on, let's play. As a citizen of unincorporated Seminole, I support this cause. As a parent, I support this cause. As a coach and a mentor to our children, I will wholly support this cause. Happy holidays, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Billy Halfacker. Did I say that correctly? Come on up, please. State your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Bill Holfacker. My address is 8902 Country Square Drive, Seminole, Florida. I have been involved with Cross Bayou. I am 58 years old. I've been involved with it for 54 years now. I have done something. My kids played there. My grandkids play there. And even though they're not there now, I still help out and mow. I'm the guy that Amanda said takes care of the fields and everything, mows all the fields and everything. But I think this community and everybody merging together is a great thing. I've been through the years of Cross Bayou where rec ball is going up and down, and now it's totally packed, and it's a great organization. I think PCYB is doing a real good job, and the workers there are really helping out and chipping in and giving in to everything, and it's like a big family now. Everybody's working together and helping each other out. So it's a good cause, and I do approve this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Karen, because I'm not going to say this right, because I don't know, it's Czarnia, Krasenia? Here she comes. Zarnik? Oh, I never would have gotten that, but thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Zarnik. I live at 8123 127th Street in Seminole, Florida. I don't have any children playing ball. I don't have any grandchildren playing ball. But I know that Seminole is an amazing community, and I grew up playing ball. And without opportunities like this, it would break my heart not to see these children get the same opportunities that I did when I was younger, that my stepson did when he was younger. There's no right or wrong here. It's about the children. We all need to be kind. We need to work together, and we need to make sure that they have a safe field to play on, safe bleachers. I haven't had the opportunity to experience those, but my goodness, if you have any kind of a handicap or whatever, that would make it even worse. So I think that we owe it to our entire county to find all of the communities and municipalities and make sure that we're helping get them and put them in the right direction. And for the record, the amount that it's going to cost us for our taxes to go up is so minor that, I mean, our taxes go up every year anyway, whether we like it or not. So what's another $6 a month? I'm good with that. It's actually less than that for many homes. So anyway, thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Same to you. All right, Commissioners, that is the end of our public comment on this item. What are the wishes of the board? Commissioner Scott.
Just to clarify, tonight the question before us is establishing, creating the MSTU, not the
Correct.
actual rate of what that would be, just creating the.
Right.
That's correct. That'll be a two process. So tonight you're establishing the MSTU, and then as part of the 2025 budget, then we'll bring back to you the proposed budget and the rate to go along with that.
Got it. I would move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and approved for this to pass. All those in favor, please designate by saying yes.
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 Yes, aye. Okay, any opposed? Motion passes. Yay, all the kids. Good job, good job. Okay, that's just the first step, so stay tuned. Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Item 54.
Madam Clerk,
Oh, wait a minute.
46.
we're almost over.
57?
All right, let's see.
Yep.
46.
I'm getting there. Hold on a minute. Jesus.
46.
All right, we have one public comment for 46 from Don Mastery.
Madam Chair, can I read the item? I'm going to read the item into the record first.
Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. Agenda item number 46 is case number DA 2301. This is a proposal to amend the countywide plan map from Activity Center and Target Employment Center to Activity Center and Target Employment Center regarding 17.91 acres more or less located at the northwest corner of Gandy Boulevard and I-275. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Mastery, come forward, please. Okay. Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? Anyone? It's been moved and seconded to approve this countywide plan map amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for coming, Mr. Mastery. 47.
Agenda item number 47 is case number FLU 2301. This is the second of two public hearings to consider a proposal by La Mirage Beauty Salon Incorporated to amend the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan future land use map from residential office general to institutional. This is companion to item number 48. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, and I see that we have one comment. Mr. Pressman, would you like to come forward, please? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I can make a few comments. I'm kind of dazzled by the county administrator's jacket, so it's a little distracting. This is a request that came before you quite a number of months ago. We chose to remand it back and accept and move along the categories that your staff suggested, which has gone very well. We've had all support through the process. And through all the public hearings before and now, we've had absolutely zero opposition. So I do have a PowerPoint that I can go through. Your staff has a presentation. I'm happy to do whatever you like.
And move approval.
Commissioner Justice has a question.
Can you or staff just explain the differences of where we were several months ago and where we are tonight?
So the key difference between several months ago is you have a development agreement, which is the item that's a follow-on to this. And there's a few categorical changes, but that creates a certainty that you were looking at before.
But we still don't know what is going to be developed here.
But it has to be in the guidelines under the development agreement.
All right.
And staff, be happy for staff to come up if you want.
What are the wishes of the board? Right, but does Commissioner Eggers have a? No? Oh. All right, it's been moved and approved. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion, the motion passes. 48.
Agenda item number 48 is case number ZON 2301. This is a request from La Mirage Beauty Salon Incorporated for a zoning change on approximately 3.3 acres located at 3720 and 3730 Tampa Road, Palm Harbor, from general office to general institutional, with a development agreement allowing up to 23,314 square feet of building area for the uses permitted in the GI zone at a building height as allowed by the GI zone, and terminating a 2014 deed restriction that limits building area to 14,690 square feet. This item was companion to number 47. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
All right, what are the wishes of the board? It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All right, on to number 49.
Agenda item 49 is case number LDR 2301. This is the second of two public hearings to consider a request by the Pinellas County Housing and Community Development Department to amend the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Section 1382153, to adopt the Lellman Form-Based Code by adding Article 11, the Lellman Form-Based Code, to Chapter 138 of the Land Development Code. This is companion to item number 50. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. What are the wishes of the board?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, number 50.
Agenda item number 50 is case number ZON 2305. This is the second of two public hearings to consider a request by the Pinellas County Housing and Community Development Department to change the zoning classification of approximately 168.63 acres comprising various parcels within the Lellman Community Redevelopment Area from C1, Neighborhood Commercial, C2, General Commercial and Services, E1, Employment 1, E2, Employment 2, Heavy Industry, General Office, Limited Office, General Institutional, Single Family Residential, and R4, 1, 2, or 3, and 3 Family Residential to Lellman Form-Based Code District. This is companion to item 49. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on the item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, please raise your right hand if able. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying I do. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
And what are the wishes of the board? It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, 51.
Agenda item number 51 is a proposed resolution approving through interlocal agreement indebtedness and expenditure of Pinellas County tax increment financing funds pursuant to the City of Dunedin redevelopment plan, subsequently amended as the City of Dunedin Community Redevelopment Agency Downtown Master Plan 2033 for the Dunedin Redevelopment District pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1969, Chapter 163, Part 3, Florida statutes, and providing for an effective date. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before we proceed, we have Mayor Julie Boljowski from the City of Dunedin who wishes to speak, and she is speaking on behalf of herself and 4 other folks, and so she will have 10 minutes.
I don't need 10 minutes.
Well, okay then.
Thank God.
Please continue.
Thank you, and thank you for having this on your agenda, and thank you for having us. I'm here with many staff members, our city manager, and our vice mayor, Mo Franey, and Commissioner John Tornga. First off, we'd just like to thank you all for having this long-term partnership with the city of Dunedin. Arguably, we have one of the most successful CRAs in the state of Florida, and we're very proud of that. Downtown Dunedin has come a very long way. The CRA was formed in 1988, and it is 35 years of a partnership that we've had with Pinellas County. And we have about 10 more years to go, and we plan to do big things with that 10 years. You have our master plan. We have some major projects still left to be done, one of which is a parking garage and several other large-scale items, and we're already planning for how we are going to move on when our CRA expires and how we're going to put that money aside to keep investing our own funds and keep having you all enjoy coming to Dunedin. We're the 5th largest city in the county. When you look at Visit St. Pete Clearwater numbers, we have roughly 880,000 visitors every year, and we only have 37,000 and change that live there. So we are a draw to this county, and we have, when we first started with our CRA, the value of our CRA was at about $35 million in 1988. It is currently at $235 million. So our collective investment has really brought a return, and I hope you feel as good about it as we do. But in order to complete our initiatives, we need your positive vote in favor of this resolution for us to continue. I know that you all have visited our downtown and seen all the good work that we've collectively done. We appreciate so much our partnership with you. And I would like to say a special thank you to Commissioner Long for her year's service as our chair for Pinellas County. Thank you. And we thank you all for the partnership, so thanks for having us.
Thank you. And so what are the wishes of the board? It's been moved by Commissioner Peters and seconded by Commissioner Flowers. And so before we go ahead and take a vote on this, Barry, I would like to see sometime early next year a comprehensive worksheet, if that's the best way to describe it, of where we are with the various CRAs in our county, because a lot of them have been established for many years, and we keep on extending them. And I just think it bears getting a handle on where we are and what the ramifications are going forward.
Sure. So, Commissioners, first we can provide that. We have that available, and you see them in their mid-term review. This is not an extension. This is because they're issuing debt, and it requires your approval per the interlocal. So that's the reason we're here. It's not an extension. They've expressed their commitment that when the CRA expires, that they will not be back. That'll complete the 45 years, but it allows them to get their infrastructure projects completed.
And I understand that. What I would like to see, though, is where are we with all the rest of them? There's quite a few of them that we have out there.
Yeah, staff can provide that right now, so we'll get that to you
Perfect.
after this meeting.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, we've had a, yes, Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to say anything, but I just couldn't help it. I remember coming to the commission in 2012 working with the city of Dunedin as the mayor at the time, and talking to the then commission sitting here about the importance of that 15-year extension. I mean, I would say from '88 to the date that we were here, most of the explosiveness happened in the late 2000s, even through the depression that we had in the late 2000s. The city of Dunedin stood strong, and investors started coming big time. So we felt it was really important at that time to get that extension, and the commission, the county commission at that time, was very supportive of the 15-year extension with the terms that are in that CRA, with the direction that that 15-year extension would be it. And they're well aware of that, and they may extend their own CRA for their own funding. That's their business. But I mean, they'll have to come back to us for that. But I think the message was clear, but the work that they continue to do has been impressive, and I certainly support that move. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. So we've had a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Number 52.
Agenda item number 52 is a proposed ordinance approving Jabil Incorporated for an economic development ad valorem tax exemption. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor? I'm so sorry.
No, it's all
Commissioner
right.
Peters.
At the workshop, I had asked staff just to give us a summary of the impact that Jabil, the corporation, has on our community, which is rather extensive, and just the relatively small piece, if you will, that this represents. Still a big piece. I mean, in the overall scheme, it's a small piece, but I just wanted to get some perspective. Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cynthia Johnson, Economic Development. In response to your request, Commissioner Eggers, as we all know, Jabil is a major corporation, and for their exemption, we're estimating the exemption to be $280,000 for this year. But what they have paid to date is an estimated $1.8 million in taxes for 23. And that's the estimated for their real and tangible taxes. They have about 1,700 employees. This expansion will allow them to add another 71 employees to that, for approximately 1,800 employees in Pinellas County.
So yeah, so essentially we're getting about just a 10% increase in the taxes, and that's the part that will be exempted for, is it 10 years?
It's 10-year period at 85%. Okay. In 2022, we received $385,000. That was with phase one, but phase two is the new property that their headquarters is at, and that's why the increase is so large.
Yeah. Well, we're certainly proud to have Jabil here in Pinellas County, and I think it was extremely good work on your all's part to get this ask under control, if you will, and get them to stay right here in Pinellas County. So I certainly will be supporting this, and just wanted to get that perspective on the type of employer that we have right here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I move approval.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Quick question. And we are extremely lucky to have Jabil in this community, for sure. In the OMB analysis, there's just a big difference between, and you and I talked about this a little bit, but I just thought it might be beneficial for anybody that's watching there to just kind of walk through the steps here, the math. But the economic impact in fiscal year 24 is $280,000, but the total economic impact is like $59 million over the next 9 years. But can you just explain that difference there?
Well, the difference is that when we initially started this project with Jabil, it was in 3 phases. So we had phase one, which was a renovation, a smaller impact. Phase two is the actual building. So we have more equipment and CapEx in phase two, which then increased that amount. So it is based on a brand-new facility that we did compete with 2 other communities for, that is also going to increase their capacity to be able to get more contracts here in Pinellas County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Anything else?
Just a motion to approve.
No?
Oh, we
Okay, we've had a motion and a second, so all in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye. All right, number 50, oh, we already did 53, so now we're on to 54, which has been withdrawn.
Item 54 has been withdrawn by the applicant.
Okay, now we're on to 55.
Agenda item number 55 is an appeal by Brian and Lori Meerbach of the issuance of county dock permit number WND 2000231 REV granted to Dr. James P. Donovan for a dock and boat lift at 106 Harbor Drive, Palm Harbor. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 1 letter in support has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
All right, what are the wishes of the board?
Staff presentation.
Staff presentation.
And Madam Chair, if I could, prior to the staff presentation, those of you, if you've reviewed the item before you tonight, you've seen there's quite a bit of documentary evidence that has been entered into your record for this appeal. This is, of course, a quasi-judicial hearing, which is governed by your quasi-judicial code, which states that the hearings are intended to be informal and not intimidating, while also recognizing the need to maintain orderly hearings. The burden here is on the property owner to prove that the dock permit that is the subject of this appeal is consistent with your dock regulations, with your code. The hearings, as you're familiar with, staff will have 20 minutes for a staff presentation. The property owner has 20 minutes, including any rebuttal. It is my understanding from my own staff that the mayor box have requested 20 minutes as well as the appellant in this case through legal counsel. And I would recommend that you take that up prior to starting the public hearing with the staff report. And one thing I will add, just as a conclusion to your deliberations once you get there, the basis for your decision this evening should be consistency with your code and whether there's competent and substantial evidence in the record to support that decision. So I would recommend that you take up the procedural matter now so that we can have a little bit of certainty as to how your public hearing will proceed.
Do we need a motion to give them 20 minutes?
You would, or I would recommend you take a vote on that, yes.
I move to allow them 20 minutes.
Okay, and we will give them 20 minutes.
I would recommend you take a formal vote. You have a motion and a second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Well, staff would have 20, the property owner would have 20, and the person that filed the appeal will have 20 minutes. And that is inclusive of rebuttals and everything.
Everybody got it? All right, so all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Please, somebody continue.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Julie Sims. I am the Environmental Program Manager for the Water and Navigation Section. One quick housekeeping matter before I get started. The permit application at issue here has been uploaded to Legistar and is part of the record. It is attachment 7 of 47 titled 090822 Permit App. However, that attachment is technically a revised permit application. Just to ensure that the record is complete, staff requests that the original permit application, which the revised application is based off of, be introduced into the record as well. Copies of this original permit application have been provided to both counsel for the applicant and the appellant. Copies will be handed to the clerk for distribution to all of you now, And assuming that there are no questions or objections, staff asks that this document be formally entered into the record. And if you're okay, I'll go ahead and begin my presentation while that's being passed out.
Please continue.
Thank you. So this is an appeal to the issuance of dock construction permit WND-20-00231 REV. Before going into the specifics of this appeal, I'd like to give you a brief overview regarding the section of the Water Navigation Regulations which discusses appeals. Section 58-536B allows any person, including the state, to petition for a hearing if they believe the county has erred in its findings within 30 days of the determination. The board can grant or deny the hearing request. The petition for hearing was brought before you on October 17, 2023, and was approved to move forward to a public hearing. I would like to note for the record that per section 58-535A, all property owners within 500 feet of the subject property, as well as the applicant, appellant, and any representatives have been timely notified of the public hearing. The subject property is located at 106 Harbor Drive in Palm Harbor, north of the Dunedin Causeway as depicted by the red dot on the aerial that you see. Here, the subject property is outlined in red, and the appellant's property south of the subject property, located at 104 Harbor Drive, is outlined in orange. And this is just one more view for you of the two properties. The subject property is the one with the red pin. The 2001 permit authorized a 42.5-foot-long dock. And if you'll indulge me a little bit, I'll just kind of point out with the laser pointer the different pieces of the dock. We have your typical walkout here, a set of steps, a head, some tie poles, a decked lift, and then a stub out just on the landward side of the lift. This single pole personal watercraft lift was slated to be removed. The decked lift was approved to be 9 feet away from the adjacent neighbor to the left of the subject property. The previous owner obtained the neighbor's signature at 104 Harbor Drive in order to place the structure closer than what the code allowed. At that time, the owners were Eric and Linda Feinstein, and you can see their signature at the bottom of the plan, right here. That brings us to December of 2020. Dr. Donovan applied for a permit to modify the dock and boat lift authorized by the 2001 permit. The proposed plan showed the dock being extended by 8 feet and a shift waterward of the boat lift by about 6 feet. Per water navigation regulations, the maximum length of a dock for this property is required to be no more than 42.7 feet, and the minimum side setback at 28.4 feet. This application proposed a length of 50.5 feet and a side setback to the south of 4.7 feet. This matter was brought before the Board of Adjustments and Appeals for consideration on May 5th, 2021. The board approved both variances, therefore dock construction permit WND-20-00231 was approved accordingly on May 18th, 2021. On June 4th, 2021, the Meyerbachs filed an appeal with the circuit court seeking to overturn the BOA's ruling pertaining to the boat lift only. They did not challenge the BOA's ruling pertaining to the dock. In fact, even though length is called out on this second bullet on the slide in front of you, the Meyerbachs did not challenge the BOA's ruling to the dock at all, including the setback or length. On August 2nd, 2022, the circuit court ruled in favor of the Meyerbachs, which quashed the variance that allowed the boat lift to shift approximately 6 feet waterward. In response to this ruling, on September 8th, 2022, Dr. Donovan applied to revise the permit. This revision includes the 50.5-foot-long dock, reflecting the 8-foot extension approved by the BOA and not challenged on appeal. It also includes shifting the boat lift approximately 6 feet landward back to the same location shown in the 2001 permit. Note that the stub out previously approved is no longer there. If you remember, it was on the landward side of that lift. This revision was approved by staff on April 28, 2023, thereby creating the revised permit. The Meyerbachs seek to overturn the revised permit, therefore a notice of appeal was timely submitted on May 26, 2023, amended on June 1, 2023, and supplemented on November 9, 2023. Their position is summarized as follows. Any part of the dock or boat lift extending outside the center 1/3 of Dr. Donovan's property's waterfront width must either match the previous permit issued in 2001 or receive a variance from the BCC or the BOA. Their primary concern is that a larger vessel can utilize the boat lift due to the removal of the stub out in front of the boat lift shown in the 2001 permit. Most of the stub out was removed around 2007 by a previous owner, and the remainder was removed by Dr. Donovan after the May 5, 2021 BOA hearing. In response to the Meyerbachs' position and concerns, staff submits the following. First, County Code does not require permits for removal of docking facilities. Therefore, the removal of the stub out was not and is not illegal. The stub out was actually a non-compliant structure only authorized because a previous neighbor provided a signature of no objection in the 2001 permit, and the removal of non-compliant structures should be encouraged. Secondly, generally, County Code does not regulate the type or size of vessels that utilize docking facilities. The size or type of vessel that Dr. Donovan or any future owner place on that boat lift is outside of staff's regulatory purview. Next, placing the boat lift in the same location shown in the 2001 permit is consistent with County Code, which discusses the repair, replacement, or reconfiguration of docking facilities. And lastly, as a reminder, the Meyerbachs did not appeal the BOA variance allowing the extended dock. Consequently, the extended dock must be permitted by staff absent other factors warranting denial not present here. Therefore, staff recommends upholding the issuance of private dock construction permit WND-20-00231 REV, authorizing a dock and boat lift at the single-family residence owned by Dr. James P. Donovan, located at 106 Harbor Drive, Palm Harbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, commissioners. We have several cards here for folks that would like to be heard. Commissioner Eggers? Hello.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Katie Cole with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant property owner, Dr. and Mrs. Donovan, who submitted the application for the permit. I wanted to be clear, not the appellant. So, also I would like to introduce Ms. Terry Skapik, who's here, who I'll call up in the middle of my presentation to provide some additional testimony. Ms. Skapik's CV is in the packet that you received of supplemental information from our law firm last week and is uploaded on Legistar under tab 31. She will give you an overview of her qualifications, and at that time we would appreciate that you accept her as an expert witness in this regard. I'm hoping to make this a rather efficient presentation because despite the significant correspondence that's been generated on this topic, over the past 3 years, the facts are actually quite simple. You're being asked to approve a dock permit that was issued for a dock which has existed in the same location since prior to 2001. While the timeline shows activity, the facts are that a dock was permitted in 2001, is being re-permitted with the same setback, the only difference is the length that was approved by your Board of Adjustment and was never appealed. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ms. Skapik to walk through the actual permit application that she prepared and submitted on behalf of the Donovans and reviewed with the staff.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Terry Skapik. I am the principal of Woods Consulting. Our firm has been in existence since 2001. My father started the business, and I have worked there for over 20 years, and I have been the owner and principal since 2008. My work with Woods Consulting, we are a licensed engineering firm. We specialize in commercial docks. We do a lot of municipal work. We perform work for marinas, hotels, restaurants, multifamily docking facilities, condominium docks, multifamily townhome docks, and we also do work for single-family docks. I have myself permitted several hundreds of docks throughout Pinellas County, including many of those being single-family docks. And many times, I'm brought in when there are challenging circumstances to work around. For the most part, the contractors do their own permitting. So in this particular case, we were brought in as a consultant for our expertise. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in biology, and I also perform many of our seagrass surveys, and I have done that for hundreds of our projects. And we did one for the Donovan residents because we had reason to check the resources based on a survey that was prepared or performed by Pinellas County staff.
Madam Chair, we would like to ask that you approve Ms. Skapik as an expert in dock permitting in Pinellas County.
Okay.
Thank you. So Mr. Donovan, Dr. Donovan, I clarify that, Dr. Donovan engaged my work in 2020 to help him develop a plan to replace his dock, which was needing repairs due to age and storm repairs that occurred in 2019 and 2020. During that time, we explored several options to rebuild his dock and relocate the existing lift seaward to provide for greater depth for that lift. We first looked to simply reconstruct the dock. That means, yes, sir.
I have a question. It seemed like there was a request made, and I wanted to make sure that we collectively agreed to allowing her to be the expert witness, and I didn't know if there was any guidance on what determines an expert witness so that we can make sure that we address it properly, or at least in my mind, so maybe.
Experts are to be qualified based upon their qualifications and credentials. I did notice in going through the materials that Ms. Skapik's CV is included in the materials. And under your rules of procedure in the quasi-judicial code, it does anticipate many of these decisions being made through the chair.
Okay, so the fact that she said okay is deemed worthy of her being an
I
expert
think it is
witness.
within the purview of this board to consider her an expert at this point.
I'm not arguing it, I just want to make sure that we did the right thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So again, we first looked to simply reconstruct portions of the dock that had been damaged, which was to replace deck boards. That type of work would not have required a permit application be filed. It would have just simply been non-structural improvements being made. However, based on the degradation of the pilings that we observed, degradation to the main support structures that needed repairs and replacement, we decided that the best decision was to move forward with a full permit application to replace all of those structural components of the dock that do require a permit. Additionally, it was determined that the length of the dock as it existed was not the permitted length of the dock. There had been an additional 8 feet of dock that had been filled in prior to Dr. Donovan having purchased that property. We explored the option of placing the lift on the north side. Right now it's on the south side. So we did investigate moving it to the north side, which prompted my going out and performing our benthic survey in August. And we determined that due to the presence of robust seagrass beds on the north side and absent seagrass beds on the south side where the lift exists and existed, it was our opinion to keep the lift on the south permitted side of the dock. Dr. Donovan sought to move the boat lift seaward to allow for deeper waters for navigation. Since the side setback and location of the dock did not change, it was my opinion no side variance was necessary based on the historic permitting criteria used by staff. And that gets a little convoluted because at the time we were looking at perpendicular property lines that came off the seawall that matched the old permit. So moving the lift waterward was not changing that setback. And I think there's going to be some discussion about angled versus perpendicular riparian lines where there was actually determined to be a decrease in that setback. So we first thought there would be no setback variance because it was going to be the same distance. Then it was deemed during the permit review process that there would be a decrease based on using angled lines, which is what prompted the need for us to request the side setback variance from the Board of Adjustment. In further conversations, because the boat lift was moving waterward, and the change in how they represented the riparian lines on the drawing, staff indicated a new side variance was necessary, and hence that request that we made. As you have seen from the record, the new lift location was subsequently struck down by the court. So after that decision, we did revise the permit application to move the lift back to where it was previously permitted and included only the additional length on the dock itself for that 8 feet of area that was filled in at the waterward end of the dock. So basically, the permit that was issued is simply to have a replacement dock with a length extension. The lift is in the same location. The 4 poles of that lift are in the exact same location and was measured many times. We feel, in our opinion, in my opinion specifically, that the proposed dock is appropriate for several reasons. This avoids issues with navigation. It is the historic location of the boating activity at this dock. Respectful of seagrasses, both county staff and my team performed those seagrass studies regarding the location of the seagrass. The north side of the dock was very robust with seagrass beds from our survey in August, which is part of the seagrass growing season, versus the south side of the dock where the lift exists now. Boating activity on that side of the dock has basically caused the seagrass beds to not be able to thrive in that location. So it makes sense to keep the boat lift on the south side of the dock. The proposed dock, the permitted proposed dock, provides for the reconstruction of an existing dock which was in disrepair, which could otherwise cause issues with floating timber and such. The location is reflective of the pattern of construction in the area and the historic location of the dock. And the permitted proposed dock satisfies the prerequisite criteria, in my opinion, for all dock permit applications in the county as specified in section 58-530B of the water navigation section of the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Just to shed a little bit of light on what Terry spoke about with the perpendicular, and I don't want to get sidetracked because this is what the Board of Adjustment considered, and this is not before you today. But I did want to clarify, the yellow is the originally proposed dock. The blue is what was proposed by the Board of Adjustment. So you could see that while the perpendicular and slanted lines, the distance remained the same, the dock moved seaward. The seaward movement of the dock is what triggered staff's interpretation that a variance was required for the boat lift. As Terry indicated, a dock repair and reconstruction conforms with 58-544 of your code and allows for the incorporation of the same components of a prior dock, so long as the setbacks are not being exceeded. Any dock permit that was previously issued can be reconstructed and permitted. I think it's important to look at some historic aerials. As you've seen from many of the materials, it's being argued that this is a significant impact on the Mirabak family. And I want to be clear that the only piece of the variance that was struck down was the boat lift in the side setback. And after the court denied that, Dr. Donovan approved the request to move the lift 6 feet seaward. Ms. Skapik revised the permit, which is the permit that you have before you, and moved it back to its original location. So it is the 2001 dock plus the additional unchallenged length variance. Here you can see the 2006, where the predecessor entitled to Dr. Donovan and his wife constructed the additional length that was then permitted by the Board of Adjustment and upheld by the court. In 2008, the stub out that Julie spoke about and staff spoke about. In 2010, the same dock, 2016, 2017, 2020, all of this is in tab 1 of your materials. And here's the 2023 aerial. You can see that the actual length addition had been removed because it was damaged in the storm per those prior photos. And this is where we sit today waiting to reconstruct this dock. Here's a copy of the permit that's in your location and was entered into evidence. You'll likely hear a lot about Mr. Mirbach's rights in his view, and interestingly, I also wanted to show this. This is the seagrass survey that Ms. Skapik spoke about from the Board of Adjustment hearing, which shows specifically the seagrass and why it was determined that the best location was to replace the existing dock. It's important to know that the code does not regulate the size of boats, the code does not regulate the height or type or lifts, and it does not regulate a view. And the right to view is limited. You do not have a right to your neighbor's view. In 2015, when the Mirbachs purchased their home, you can see the MLS listing actually shows that there is a boat on the lift here. Despite his prior knowledge of this boat existence, Dr. Donovan has the same restricted view with the 2 boat lifts that the Mirbachs have at their house. This is from Dr. Donovan's backyard. Mr. Mirbach has kept Mr. Cole, myself, the county staff, DEP staff, very, very busy filing complaints over and over again with DEP, the Army Corps, the county at every turn, none of which have been upheld, other than the one appeal of the side setback related to the boat lift. The frequent issues were complaints when the dock size was reduced, a complaint regarding the unfinished pilings and that work was stopped after the storm, which was required because of his own appeal. Complaints because of the potential impact to the seagrass, which was the reason for the boat lift's current location and proposed location, and complaints in monitoring of every stage of the dock repair and construction and interference therein. The members of this board are well aware, based on your experiences, that Florida law does not grant rights to a view across your neighbor's property, and most importantly, the Pinellas County Code, which you seek to uphold, does not grant this right. The applicant and his consultant, Ms. Skapik, and your staff have spent hours diligently analyzing this permit, as evidenced by the application, the staff report, and the testimony tonight, as well as the testimony that was offered at the Board of Adjustment hearing and in the appeal. These experts all agree that this permit was properly issued and meets the code. Mr. Mirbach's legal interpretation of your code does not trump the actual fact that the permit meets the criteria in the code and that no additional variances are necessary when the replacement dock is located in the same or smaller than position which was previously permitted. We respectfully request that you uphold this permit and deny the Mirbach's appeal. At this point, I would ask for the last 5 minutes of my time to be reserved for rebuttal.
Questions, anyone? Concerns, comments, anything? Okay. Hello.
Good evening, everyone. Members of the board, county administration, county attorney's office. My name is Edward Cole, and I am the attorney for Brian and Lori Meyerbach. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to use access to this camera. It's interesting to listen to the presentations and hear what is said, and perhaps it's more interesting to hear what is not said. The first thing I'd like to say is that the Meyerbachs have never been opposed to Mr. Donovan having a boat lift. His position has been consistent from day one that he should enjoy a boat lift as everyone else does, but it should be left on the north side of his dock towards the center 1/3 of his property, which is consistent with the code section 58-555, subparagraph B1, which places docks and boat lifts in the center 1/3 of their property. I would add, Ms. Sims omitted from her presentation, that was Water and Navigation Division's position at the hearing before the Board of Adjustment on May 5th, 2021. They had no objections to the length of the dock, nor did Mr. Meyerbach have any objections to the length of the dock, but the Meyerbachs and the Water and Navigation Division were both consistent that the boat lift should be located on the north side. That was due in part to a seagrass study that was performed by the county, which reached a different conclusion than Ms. Skapik, and from just a common sense perspective, that seagrass is going to grow not as well on the north side where it's going to get less sun. So the long and short of it is the Meyerbachs are not the party of no. They're fine with Mr. Donovan having a dock, but as set forth in this image, they don't want the boat lift 4.79 feet away from their property. If you look at this, I call this the 10 times closer image. The boat lift is literally 4.79 feet from their property and 47 feet away from the neighbors to the north. If you were to apply section 58-555 sub B sub 2, that 4.79 figure would be 28 feet. So this is more than 5 times closer to the Meyerbachs' property line. This is an image of what has historically been there. There was a wave runner. This is taken from the Meyerbachs' backyard. There was a wave runner. There was a boat called a skiff, which showed up in Katie Cole's presentation. Katie and I are of no relation. It's low profile. It's not big. It's something that was acceptable to them. Over the course of the permitting process, Mr. Donovan had completed construction of his lift and put his boat on it. And that is the view that would be there, that the Meyerbachs would face now when the Donovan's boat is on the lift. That is taken from the Meyerbachs' family room, and that is the back of Lori Meyerbach's head. The picture is, the camera is angled somewhat to the northwest, but that is bigger than life. That is a whale. In terms of the legal aspects of our appeal, we are basically making two main arguments for purposes of this hearing. We make other arguments in our written documents, but I would defer to the writings there. The first argument is that the Water and Navigation Division incorrectly pigeonholed this application. When you go back to 2001, this is the permit that we've discussed a lot. This is where everything started. This is where the Meyerbach's predecessor in title, Mr. Feinstein, he had approved the variance requested by his neighbor. And it's important to read the language and all of the language. This is Mr. Feinstein's signature, and it says, "The undersigned does not object to the proposed dock and requested variances as drawn in the space provided above." There is a similar instrument. This is the variance request form that Mr. Donovan's predecessor in title, his name was Kenneth Gibbs, he had submitted with the 2001 permit. Again, it's signed by Mr. Feinstein in the presence of a notary public, and he says, "I have seen the plans of the proposed structure with any requested variances and therefore do not object." So we have a variance, and this was granted where you have the consent of the neighbors. It's not important. You don't need to do the step of going before the Board of Adjustments. So basically what we have is an agreement between Mr. Gibbs and Mr. Feinstein as to the placement of the dock and the boat lift. The first big issue here is that this is not a reconfiguration under Chapter 58-544. It is a modification of the existing variance. And as to that, this is section 138-233 of your Code of Ordinances, modification or revocation of a previously granted variance. And I'll summarize, but basically it states the Board of Adjustment and Appeals shall have the authority to modify or revoke a previously granted permit. Such modification or revocation may occur when the Board of Adjustments find that the use of the waiver, subparagraph 3, does not meet the letter or the intent of the special standards or conditions attached by the Board of Adjustments in its approval of the application. Now, again, this didn't go before the Board of Adjustments. It was done by the consent of the neighbors. And it's our position, and to date, despite many attempts by me, we have gotten no response to our request for clarification or understanding the county's position. What Mr. Feinstein signed when he agreed to that decreased setback was a condition of the permit. It was a condition of the variance. In fact, it shows up on the face of the permit itself using the county's form. Consequently, under the last ordinance 138-233, the permit application should have been treated as a modification of that variance, but it wasn't. They applied the wrong law and went down the completely wrong path. And this is an important provision. This is 58-505, interpretation, conflicting provisions. And it says, it is not intended by this article to interfere with, abrogate, or annul any lawful easements, covenants, or other agreements between the parties. And that's what exactly has happened here. We have an agreement between Mr. Feinstein and Mr. Gibbs as Mr. Donovan's and Mr. Meyerbach's predecessors entitled. In fact, Katie Cole had supplied some case law that said that variances run with the land and they don't terminate based on any specific property owner. Consequently, there is an agreement, it's a condition, it's on the face of the permit, and under this section, 58-505, this addresses conflicting provisions. Our only ask in this case is that this go before the Board of Adjustments and Appeals for the proper variance it requires. That's all we're asking for. Instead, what occurred was they went down the wrong path with the wrong law under 58-544. To put things in context, we had filed, it's all part of the record. This is the affidavit of Linda Feinstein. She was the wife of Eric Feinstein. He's obviously passed away. This is in the record. I just want to address it briefly. What Mrs. Feinstein said was that when her husband approved the requested variance from Mr. Gibbs, that he did it based on the drawing that it came with, based on the structures that were set forth therein. It was not a blanket approval of a 4.7-foot setback in perpetuity for any dock design or any configuration. And in her last paragraph, she states, "My husband never would have approved any variances or drawings which could hold a larger boat than a personal watercraft because he loved the waterfront view and did not want it to be further obstructed." We've asked many times to get some clarification in terms of the application of these code provisions. We think that the Water and Navigation Division went down completely the wrong direction. And I think it's clear on the face of it that when Mr. Feinstein consented to that dock design, it was as drawn. Ms. Sims, Ms. Cole, they indicated that the county doesn't regulate boats, they regulate structures. Well, part of that variance, the reason Mr. Feinstein granted it was because of the stub out. The stub out, I don't think anyone could disagree, is a part of the structure of the dock. It's an incredibly important part of the structure because it limits the size of the vessel it can hold. So that is the bulk of the legal analysis. I'd also cite to your code at section 58-505H, which provides for liberal construction in favor of the purposes of the ordinance. And the purpose of the ordinance is to protect the neighbors, is to protect their waterfront view, a waterfront view that they paid $1.1 million for, and that's why it's important to them. Another big aspect of this is the precedent that Water and Navigation is asking this board to set. And to me, this is quite compelling. The basic facts of this case were that Mr. Gibbs approached Mr. Feinstein with a very benign and low-profile dock. It had a personal watercraft deck lift. It was specifically designed for a personal watercraft. That's a vessel of about maybe 10 to 13 feet, give or take. It had the stub out. That necessarily restricted the size of it. So if the board is to adopt the recommendation made by the Water and Navigation Division, what that means is that one neighbor can go to the other neighbor, hit them with a low-profile, unobtrusive dock design, get the thing inspected and final approval, then immediately remove portions of the stub out, reconfigure the boat or the dock, and put a 27-foot boat on it in Mr. Donovan's case, or a 40-foot boat, or whatever they want. They can completely bypass the scope of the neighbor's approval. Ms. Sims indicated that they don't regulate the removal of docks, but she's incorrect. They do, because it's a condition of the permit, and that's what section 138-233 states. The second argument, major argument we'd make, and this is summarized and set forth in our filings, is the analysis under 58-544. And where we call what the neighbor did with the getting the consent and then changing the design, we call that the bait and switch. And with respect to the operation of this ordinance, we call this the mix and match. What 58-544 does is it only allows the applicant to use one previously issued permit for purposes of analysis. It starts off in paragraph A, where any permit was previously issued. Paragraph 2, said permit demonstrates nonconformance. What basically happened here is that the Water and Navigation Division took the 2001 permit as their previously issued permit under subparagraph A. And then what they did, without paying any attention to the plain language of their ordinance, they simply married that to the 2021 permit with the longer dock. There's no provisions in here that allow you to do that. You can't take what you like from the 2001 permit and then marry that together with the 2021 permit. So although what they're trying to do is a reconfiguration, it's not a reconfiguration under 58-544. And if they don't fit squarely between that, which we think it's clear that they don't, then again, they have to go back to the Board of Adjustments. There's been talk about the appeal, and I'm sorry that the applicant feels that we're interfering in their construction of a dock. One of the things that Ms. Cole mentioned was pilings that were undriven. Basically, pilings were put in the ground. This was in September of 2022. They were sticking up about 20 feet in the air. Some of you may remember that in September of 2022, Category 4 Hurricane Ian was bearing down on us. I had sent a letter to Katie Cole on September 23rd saying, you've got these poles sticking up 15, 20 feet in the air. We've got a hurricane bearing down on us. Hurricane Ian hit Cape Coral on 5 days later on September 28th. We had filed an appeal. In the appeal, we prevailed on the appeal. The circuit court across the street, in a unanimous 3-0 opinion, ruled that there was no entitlement to the variance for the side setback for the boat lift. And it's very important to note that the order we appealed is this. This is the court order that was appealed. And the Board of Adjustments granted two things: a 50.5 variance, 50.5 foot variance for the length of the dock, and a 4.7 foot side setback variance for the boat lift. Mr. Donovan never approved or never received a variance for the side setback for the dock. And a significant portion of it is outside of the center 1/3. This is the center 1/3, and as far as the walkout is concerned, about 4 feet of it is into the side setback. That was never approved by the board. We approved the order on appeal. If Ms. Cole was unhappy with the order that the board entered, she should have filed a notice of cross appeal, which she did not do. I handle a lot of appellate work in the district courts. Or did she otherwise seek any clarification on that? This is not what the order said. They do not have approval for that. The dock is outside the center 1/3. That is basically what I have. There's other issues that were raised about complaints. For instance, one of them was Mr. Meyerbeck complaining that Mr. Donovan's dock contractor wasn't using turbidity curtains that control silt. The county investigated that, and in fact, he had not been using turbidity curtains. So that's what I have. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Your time is up, Mr. Cole. Very good timing. Thank you. Any questions, anyone?
Donovan said 4 minutes and 55 seconds left, and the staff have 11 minutes and 1 second.
Okay, well, do we have any questions of Mr. Cole at this time? No? Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Katie, do you have more? Okay. And so, Jewel?
I would suggest that if the board has any questions of staff, you take that up now and allow Ms. Cole rebuttal at the conclusion of your questions.
Well, okay. Commissioner Flowers?
I do have questions.
All
that I'd
right.
like some clarity on.
Please.
If staff could maybe come, and it probably will be questions between staff and.
So, just for an order, am I timing on the Q&As or just the rebuttals?
I think for purposes of your Q&As, you all have never tended to run the clock when they're your questions being answered of
Thank you. I just
anybody.
wanted to be sure I'm doing it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hold on 1 second, Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I realize that we're on the record and we have 2 court reporters, and so I wanted to go ahead and state for the record, I do not have any questions of cross-examination at this time for the staff.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Commissioner Flowers.
For purposes of the court reporter, my name is Renee Flowers. The presentation that we just heard, there was an inference that there was a request to move the dock more to the center of the property for the Donovans. Has that boat lift ever been located further away from the Meyerbach's property and more to the center of the Donovan's property?
No, it is not.
Okay. Is there anything in the code that says, and this is going to sound a little crass, so I don't know how else to say it. Is there anything else in the code that says that the Donovans have to accommodate the request, but what they have to do is stick to what the permit says that they can do? In other words, they are doing what the permit says they can do as it relates to the length of the dock, the boat slip. You already stated that the removal of the other portions could be removed because they were damaged. Is there anything that says that they have to accommodate someone's request of movement of the dock or altering the request for the permit?
I think I understand what you're saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong with my explanation. Dr. Donovan wanted to move the lift seaward, and to do that, he needed Mr. Meyerbach's signature. Mr. Meyerbach declined that signature, so that's why we ended up at the Board of Adjustments and Appeals for that variance request. So in that sense, to kind of answer your question, Dr. Donovan had to ask permission, if you will, of the Meyerbachs to move it seaward. And that's why we suggested it be moved to that north side to begin with. And that would not have required the signature. But Dr. Donovan wanted to go forward with the variance request.
So that answered my question. The conversation regarding the seagrasses are protected.
Yes, ma'am.
And the information that we received from one of the presenters who we acknowledged as an expert witness, you could see by the aerials that there was more seagrass on the northern side, very little on the southern, and you saw a lot of seagrass in the front.
Correct.
There was an intimation that perhaps that wasn't necessarily accurate. Can you expound on that? Or perhaps the expert witness person should expound, I'm not sure. Can I ask her questions? The expert witness? Because, and if I'm off track, please correct me, but it was intimated that perhaps that information wasn't the appropriate information in order to garner whether or not the movement of the slip to the northern side was appropriate. So I guess maybe the expert witness, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name.
Terry Skapik.
Thank you. Please forgive me for not remembering your name.
No worries at all. Yes, that's a very good question. Yes, the seagrass beds are protected. Pinellas County is designated as an aquatic preserve. So our county has some of the highest restrictions on development, and avoidance and minimization of impacts to those protected resources are part of the #1 criteria. Our seagrass survey was performed in August, which is in the middle of the growing season, that's approved by the state Department of Environmental Protection and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They have guidance documents that they distribute, and they establish the growing season being between June and September. And that's because obviously that's the warmer months, and that's when seagrass beds are going to be most proliferative. The Pinellas County staff, they perform their seagrass surveys based on the timing of when they perform their reviews. They go out and perform a site inspection, and in this particular case, they were out in December. So cold conditions caused those seagrass beds to retreat. So that is the difference in why there were the very robust seagrass beds found in August. For our projects, when we do municipal, commercial, multifamily projects, when we have to obtain a full environmental resource permit from the state of Florida Department of Environmental Protection and a full individual or standard programmatic permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, we are only allowed to perform those surveys in those specific months. If we were to miss a seagrass season, they will actually hold you to the next season to perform that seagrass survey at that point in time.
Thank you. And to staff, based on the agreement that was between Mr. Feinstein and the Donovans, was there anything unlawful or inappropriate for that agreement to be signed versus going to the Board of Adjustment?
The agreement was between the Feinsteins and the Gibbs.
I'm sorry, Feinsteins and Gibbs, I'm sorry.
Gibbs. Since the Feinsteins did sign, it did not need to go to the Board of Adjustments at all.
And we were shown a photo from the Donovan's property where you could see the Donovan's lift and everything. You could also see the Meyerbachs lift. Do you all have any photos of where the Meyerbachs may have had a boat in their lift that we could see how the view looks from the Donovan side of the property?
Yes, I believe I have an aerial that shows that, if you'll give me one moment. It's not taken on their property, but this is an aerial from 2020. And you can see the Meyerbachs have a boat in their boat slip right there. And if you recall from Ms. Cole's presentation, she had a picture on Dr. Donovan's property looking to the left as you face the water towards the Meyerbachs property. So that would be what they would see when a boat is moored in that slip.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, Commissioner Peters has a question.
So I have a question, and it's in Exhibit C that you provided for us. If you could put that on I think you provided this to us. Did you give us this?
The original application?
Yeah, so I'm interested in Exhibit C, this particular, it's dock lengths, but it's not the lengths that I'm interested in. So if I can take this up to you, if you want to put it up there so you can see it. But so when I look at that street, it appears that the east side of that street, none of those docks are in the center third. I'm not even sure if the Meyerbachs docks are in the center third. And they did talk about the approach of the dock being in the center third. But if you take a look at that, that side of that street, and you all have that document, It's interesting that on the east side, almost every dock is almost at the property line. If you take a look on the east side, it's not as many. So it appears that when they developed that neighborhood, they put all the docks very close and adjacent to the neighbor docks. It's odd that in those two lots, they went to the other side because all the docks seem to be on the north side. And in this particular lot, they put it on the south side, but every one of them are on the north side. But because they all did it, none of them did it down the center line. And I know Mr. Cole talked a lot about the approach of the dock being in the center third. None of those docks, very few of those docks on the east side are in the center third. So when the neighborhood was developed, that wasn't a precedent or a practice, I'm assuming. Because I'm not even sure the Meyerbachs is in the first center. I'm not sure that theirs is in the center third.
It's not.
I didn't think so. So I found that interesting because I've not seen that, or I've just not paid attention when I'm out boating, that I see all the docks pretty much adjacent to the neighbor. I find that very interesting, but it appears because it's consistent on that whole street that was the precedence when that neighborhood was developed. I think it's strange and odd that in one particular lot, it's on the south side, not the north side, when they're all on the north side. But I was just curious about that center 1/3. And so is that now a practice that your dock entrance must be the center 1/3?
For unincorporated, it is the center 1/3 unless you get a signature from the affected neighbor.
Okay, so anyone on that street that wants to do any dock repair would have to move their dock to the center 1/3, even though clearly the developer never designed it to be that way.
For repair, they could repair and replace to the previous permit, no signatures needed. If they wanted to change something, build something new, then if it falls out of that center 1/3, they would either have to get the signature or design it so that it fit code, basically.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just found that kind of interesting. Thank
Okay,
you.
Commissioner Scott and then Commissioner Eggers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I think I already know the answer to this question, since it says here that water and navigation staff have consulted with the county attorney's office on this matter and is confident that the subject permit was properly issued. So my question is there anything legally deficient at all that county staff used in issuing this permit?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Eggers?
About the location within the property. And the other question I have is, with the seagrass the way it is on the north side, would a permit to build that on that side be necessarily denied?
No.
So
No,
it could go on the north side.
Yes, we, as I think it was Mr. Cole stated, staff had recommended the boat lift be moved to the north side since Dr. Donovan could not get the neighbor's signature for the original permit application. And any property owner, if there is seagrass out there, the code allows them to have 2 boat lifts. And when we are reviewing an application, it's avoid, minimize, mitigate when it comes to environmental resources. And so we look at that, and if there is no way to avoid, then we have to start looking at minimization, whether that be trying to get them out to deeper depth or trying to place the boat lift where the seagrass is more sparse. So there's a bunch of different things that we look at during our review.
And the last question I had was, the original permit that was approved, the one that's being sought to be approved now is in substantially the same position, same place, same location?
The boat lift itself or the whole structure?
Structure and the boat lift.
The boat lift is, the structure essentially is, except for that extension for the length that was approved by the Board of Adjustments and Appeals.
And that's not at issue anyway, right?
Right.
So it's the boat lift itself then?
Yes,
that
it's in
was-
the original position from the 2001
Okay.
permit.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, thank you. Katie, you have anything else?
Just for clarification procedurally, is the staff have a rebuttal or any type of closing? I just want to be sure we're in the right order. And then Mr. Cole took up his whole time and did not reserve any, correct? So I'm it?
You're in.
Very good. Thank you. I was trying to keep our presentation simple because there's a lot of things that could be said that really are not necessary. I think the number one thing is that the Water and Navigation Division applied the Water and Navigation Code. And that code, 58544, allows for the replacement of docks. Even if you take the sections of code from section 138 of the code that Mr. Cole spoke to, Dr. Donovan did seek to modify his previously approved variance. He went to the Board of Adjustment. He asked them to modify the variance as it existed on the south side of for the boat lift. The Board of Adjustment approved that. When Mr. Meyerbach appealed it, Dr. Donovan said, okay, fine, then we're done. We're no longer seeking to modify a previously approved variance. We will build what we have before, and we will extend the dock pursuant to the legally authorized variance for length. Mr. Cole spoke about precedent, and yet he is asking this board to eliminate the rights vested in the 2001 permit, to overturn the 2021 permit, to overturn a 2022 permit, to obviate the Board of Adjustment length variance and overturn the county's issuance of the 2023 permit, and have this board rewrite the county code through this decision to prohibit replacement docks that previously had deviations, have the county regulate boat size, have this commission substitute its judgment for the settled Florida law regarding a neighbor's right to a view. That's in essence what Mr. Meyerbach's ask is. However, the only question before the board tonight is there competent substantial evidence in the record before you that the permit meets the criteria in the code? You have the staff analysis with regards to section 58544A2. You have the applicant's application and presentation showing that the dock is in the same location as the 2001 permit. And you have Ms. Skapik's testimony and the staff's review and testimony regarding the general conditions of issuance of a dock permit and how this meets. So unequivocally, the answer is yes. There is competent substantial evidence that this dock was properly issued and meets the criteria in the code for issuance. The only evidence Mr. Meyerbach has presented is Mr. Cole's opinion that he doesn't think it's correct and that the staff has misinterpreted your code. On behalf of Dr. and Mrs. Donovan, we'd respectfully request that you acknowledge the import of this evidence and the approval of the permit and the denial of this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After careful consideration of the testimony that we've heard tonight, I would move to follow staff recommendation, recommend denying the appeal and uphold the issuance of the dock permit.
It's been moved by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Scott and Flowers. All those in favor? Okay, well, hello. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. And thank you, everyone who came here this evening to testify. Okay, now we are on to number 56.
Agenda item number 56 is a proposed resolution supplementing the fiscal year 2024 operating and capital budget for unanticipated revenue from the American Rescue Plan Act, capital projects and general funds, revenue replacement for the general fund, and unanticipated fund balance for the general fund. Realign appropriation from general fund reserves for unanticipated expenditures at the public safety complex. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Commissioners, Chris Rose outlined this last Thursday. If you have any additional questions, we're certainly available to answer them.
Chris, do you have anything to add? No?
Move approval.
It's Been moved by Commissioner Justice, seconded by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye. Number 57. Oh, Commissioner Eggers is a no. Did you have any comments or?
No, I'd asked at the last meeting to separate out the last the American Fund Rescue Act and the General Fund and the Emergency Services personnel. I just wanted to separate that one out. I wanted to not support that only, but since we kept it all together, I'll just vote no.
All right, number 57.
Agenda item number 57 is a regular agenda item, which is companion to item number 56. It's an award of bid to Ring Power Corporation for the Public Safety Campus Generator Fuel Replenishment System Project.
This required the transfer on the previous item. That's the reason we put this after you approved the transfer.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Eggers. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. Number 58. Oh, we don't have a 58.
You just want to keep
That's
going.
it. You're on a roll.
Look at that. Whoa. Okay, well,
Speaker's pocket agenda there.
oops, I think I might have made a mistake here because I look at all these cards. I forgot to call people.
No, I think they were really waiving their time. That was with the Seminole. If there were additional questions or there was opposition.
No, these were on the dock.
Oh,
No, those were probably.
I guess they left because they're not
those are,
here.
I think those are support.
Okay, well, oh, well. Okay, thank you, Jewel. All right, look, look at all the work we did today, everybody. Look at that. Only if you're going to lead the choir. Okay. So, well, I guess we are at the end of our last meeting this year, and I just want to finish by saying I'm so appreciative of all of you for allowing me to be your chair this year and for all the hard work and the good things that we have done. We've accomplished a lot, and I'm very proud of it. So without further ado, I hope you all have a lovely holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and we will see you next year.